Douglas MacArthur, a thundering paradox of a man, noble and ignoble, inspiring and outrageous. He was America's most gifted and most controversial man of arms, a soldier come emperor, an American Caesar.
Douglas MacArthur is the most puzzling of modern soldier heroes. He damns war itself, yet glorifies the role of the warrior. He wants total victory, whatever the cost. And as much as victory, he covets total authority, an American Caesar. But whenever the bugle sounds, he is the simple, dutiful soldier. And so we find him as America enters World War II, declaring, "I know war as few other men now living know it, and nothing to me is more revolting. But once war is forced upon us, there is no other alternative than to apply every available means to bring it to a swift end. War's very object is victory, not prolonged indecision. In war, there can be no substitute for victory."
Victory lies far distant on that December Sunday, 1941, as Imperial Japan strikes at Pearl Harbor. In a twist of fate, an American who might have been forgotten but for this bloody act becomes the maker of Japan. As America goes to war, its Pacific savior is washed up on the Philippine Islands. Douglas MacArthur had been the U.S. Army Chief of Staff until demoted 6 years earlier. He had since joined the Philippine colors as a field marshal, loving the title and the braid. MacArthur is 61 when recalled by the U.S. to defend its Philippine protectorate. His father, General Arthur MacArthur, conquered and commanded these islands a half-century before, until relieved for arrogant behavior. His son is about to follow his steps on a far grander scale. Biographer William Manchester.
If you want to love MacArthur or to hate MacArthur, you can find plenty of material on either side. But if you want to understand MacArthur, then you have got to reconcile a great deal of contradictory facts and realize the man was capable of greatness and of meanness, that he was vain but also generous, and that he was an inept politician, but probably the greatest fighting commander that we have ever known.
The Philippine capital, Manila, slumbers as Pearl Harbor is bombed. Stunned by the sudden war, MacArthur takes no action. At lunchtime that day, waves of Zeros and Mitsubishis strike his two main airfields. He loses most of his air force on the ground. The next day, he's at his desk, as confident and arrogant as ever. MacArthur has 30,000 American and Filipino regulars, plus 100,000 raw recruits. Like his distant cousin Churchill, MacArthur vows to fight on the beaches. His refusal to retreat is partly vanity. It's the orders you disobey, he says, that make you famous.
Well, I wouldn't say that MacArthur thought he was divine, but it was very close to it. And he was a man who never admitted a mistake.
I believe there, say 100 years from now, 200 years from now, he'll be go down in history as one of the greatest generals the United States has ever produced, and perhaps in the world.
The Japanese invade the Philippines 72 hours after Pearl Harbor. The first small probes are far from Manila. MacArthur ignores these probes, awaiting the main assault. MacArthur's character influences his entire wartime strategy. These are his islands. His father had held them, so must he. Although America is at war in Asia, the greater peril is in Europe. Hitler's forces stretch from the gates of Moscow to the skies of London. When Hitler recklessly declares war on America, U.S. policy is resolved. Europe becomes the main priority. The Japanese sweep across Asia unchecked, and MacArthur feels abandoned. He's at times self-serving, at times perceptive in his later reminiscences.
A serious naval effort might well have saved the Philippines and stopped the Japanese drive to the south and east. A top-level decision had long ago been reached that the Atlantic War came first. President Roosevelt and British Prime Minister Winston Churchill reaffirmed a policy to concentrate first on the defeat of Germany. Unhappily, I was not informed of any of these vital conferences and believed that a brave effort at relief was in the making. I have always felt that my real enemy was behind me in Washington.
War correspondent Robert Sherrod remembers MacArthur's outrageous ego.
He didn't like Washington to tell him what to do. And he really would get into a stew over orders he received from his superiors in Washington.
Reporter William Dunn recalls MacArthur's arrogance favorably.
He had supreme confidence in himself, but I never had the feeling he was egotistical. But I've heard people say the trouble with him is he's just an egotistical stuffed shirt. Well, I said, maybe he is egotistical. That's a matter of opinion, a definition. What is egotism? But how would you like to go into battle behind a general with an inferiority complex?
Late December 1941, 40,000 Japanese invade at Lingayen, north of Manila. MacArthur, having predicted the landing site, quickly counterattacks. MacArthur's troops are successful. They outnumber the Japanese 2-1. But they're poorly equipped for jungle war. A survivor, Colonel Achille Tisdale.
It was hot and humid. And so far as the fighting was concerned, we were highly successful. We licked the hell out of the Japs. Then we ran out of food in quinine in an area of the world that's renowned for malaria. And we had quite a sick list.
MacArthur concedes to Washington's directive. He orders a retreat. Because retreat is new to MacArthur, he has neglected his fallback position, the tab. Corporal Arthur Bresci.
When he went north to try to stop the Japanese at the beaches, had we used that time to fortify Bataan, our defeat would not have been as ignominious. The medical supplies, which were so mandatory to live in a tropical climate, we didn't have. We left them in Manila. We left thousands of tons of rice up in a place called Cabanatuan.
Christmas Eve. MacArthur's troops have now retreated to the Bataan Peninsula. The Japanese have them bottled on land and cut off at sea. MacArthur has only a token naval force, a few PT boats. Admiral John Buckley, then a lieutenant.
We could not fight a naval sea battle at that time and win. Therefore, I knew we're isolated, and the thing was hopeless as far as I was concerned here that we'd ever be able to be evacuated or with help would come to be able to defeat the Japanese land forces. And I'll never forget that Christmas Eve. We had to literally live off the country. And in that connection there, one of our officers managed to capture a live wild pig. We roasted this pig, and this was for 111 men. And the men were almost frantic, and I shall never forget that, in grabbing hunks of meat from that animal for the Christmas dinner, and there's very little else.
At night, with Manila endangered, MacArthur himself retreats to the island of Corregidor.
On Christmas Eve, I evacuated Manila, declaring it an open city. It no longer had any practical military value. The entrance to Manila Bay was completely covered by Corregidor and Bataan, and its use would be denied to the enemy. He had the bottle, but I had the cork.
The cork is the rock island of Corregidor, the Gibraltar of the Pacific, commanding the entrance to Manila Bay. MacArthur has kept with him his wife, Jean, and 3-year-old son, Arthur. His family takes shelter in the Malinta Tunnel, a 1,400-foot-long bomb-proof bunker. Also there is MacArthur's public relations officer, a colonel, Legrand Diller.
Mr. MacArthur and Arthur began sleeping in the tunnel at night, as the rest of us did, but the general never did. He stayed in the officers' quarters and spent the nights there, but then we had our office in the tunnel. And as far as what it was like, well, it was like working and sleeping in the Holland Tunnel. It was just about the same size and about the same atmosphere. We ate outside. We had a little tent outside and ate in that. And here was the Japanese army moving down the Bataan Peninsula, coming and coming and coming.
MacArthur's position is hopeless. Japanese artillery rings Manila Bay. The big guns of Corregidor, designed for naval war, roar back, but with little effect. MacArthur refuses to take cover. He parades his bravery. He wants, like Caesar, to inspire, to stand apart and above.
When I was in the Pacific, I was in the Marine Corps, and all of us in the Marine Corps and in the Navy had a very negative feeling toward MacArthur. We thought he was a show-off, and we didn't think he was particularly brave. In fact, he was called Dugout Doug.
Actually, he was called Dugout Doug, I believe, because the soldiers on Bataan started calling him that because he never came to Bataan. They said he's in a dugout back in Corregidor on the rock. Of course, he wasn't, but that's what they thought anyway.
Dugout Doug MacArthur lies a-shaking on the rock, safe from all the bombs and from any shock. Dugout Doug is eating of the best fruit on Bataan, and his troops go starving on. Dugout Doug, come out from hiding.
The humor of the day dictated that you walk up to someone and say, "Do you know Dugout Doug?" And the answer invariably was, "Yes, I'm one of the diggers who dug a dugout for Dugout Doug."
La, 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 la.
Well, we used to have a saying during the war, if you want to be safe, stay close to a general. If you want to fly safely, get in a general's plane. But you couldn't say that with MacArthur because he looked for it. I've been with him a number of times when they would tell him, be careful over there, and there he'd go.
He was brave to the extent of being foolhardy. Because, well, on Corregidor, he would go out, and when the bombers started dropping bombs, he would go stand outside rather than taking cover.
MacArthur believes a commander must be seen to be fearless. The general is casual, his reaction almost lyrical as he faces approaching bombers.
They came in perfect formation, glittering in the bright blue sky. Far off, they looked like silver pieces thrown against the sun. But their currency was death, and their appearance a deceit. At the sound of an air alarm, an aide and I would make our way onto the highway to watch the weaving pattern of the enemy's formations. There was nothing of bravado in this. It was simply my duty. The subtle corrosion of panic or fatigue, or the feeling of just being fed up, can only be arrested by the intervention of the leader.
The Japanese commander, General Masahiro Hama, moves methodically, knowing he has MacArthur cornered. For Hama and MacArthur, the war is intensely personal. Now, for one of them, it will be a first-ever defeat. The Japanese troops are well armed. To die in battle is the greatest honor. MacArthur personally shares his enemy's glorified attitude to death. After 10 weeks of siege, Hama's guns and his fanatic troops shatter all hope.
And the thunder of these guns every night and daytime too there told us that the Japanese were closing in on us and blocking us from any possible retreat. At that time, I think everyone realized that there was no way out, that we were isolated. We did hear from time to time from General MacArthur that their help was on the way. The United States Navy would come to our help, and this, that, and so forth.
Promises were made to MacArthur in cablegrams from Washington, which were not capable of being ambiguous. They could only be interpreted one way. He was being told over again that help was on its way, and he sent the word to his troops in Bataan that help was on its way, because he believed it.
My heart ached as I saw my men slowly wasting away. Their clothes hung on them like rags. Their bare feet stuck out in silent protest. Their long, bedraggled hair framed gaunt, bloodless faces. They cursed the enemy, and in the same breath cursed and reviled the United States. But their eyes would light up, and they would cheer when they saw my battered and much reviled in America scrambled egg cap. They would grin, that ghastly, skeleton-like grin of the dying, as they would roar in unison. We're the battling bastards of Bataan. No Papa, no Mama, no Uncle Sam.
The Japs were too strong for us. We were too far away. We knew that it couldn't succeed. So we all felt that the end was going to come. Sid Huff, who was my best friend and another aide to the general, noticed that the general carried a .32 pistol in his hip pocket. And he commented on it, and the general said, they're never going to take Douglas MacArthur alive.
At the White House, the Corregidor drama is suddenly impressed on Roosevelt. He hears from the Philippine president, Manuel Quezon. To spare his country, Quezon wants it declared independent and neutral, or he threatens to surrender it. MacArthur backs the ailing president, who has shared the long siege of Corregidor. Army Chief of Staff George Marshall also supports the neutrality plan. But Roosevelt declares, so long as the flag of the United States flies on Filipino soil, it will be defended by our own men to the death. This also means MacArthur's death.
General Marshall suggested that Mrs. MacArthur and Arthur be evacuated by submarine with President and Mrs. Quezon. As the situation was worsening by the minute, this might be the last opportunity for sure deliverance of the two human beings dearest to me. It was one of the desperate moments of my life, But even before I spoke to Jean, I knew the answer. I told the Kazans, she will stay with me to the end. We drink from the same cup.
Kazan escapes by submarine, taking with him a box full of MacArthur's medals. The general believes nothing more of him will survive. Like his fanatical enemy, MacArthur will not be taken alive.
I fully expected to be killed. I would never have surrendered. If necessary, I would have sought the end in some final charge. I would probably have been killed in a bombing raid or by artillery fire. The soldier who is called upon to offer and give his life for his country is the noblest development of mankind. The military code has come down to us from even before the age of knighthood and chivalry. The soldier is required to perform the highest act of religious teaching, sacrifice.
MacArthur is saved by the Japanese threat to Australia. Churchill, told that Australia wants to withdraw its 3 divisions from North Africa, snaps, impossible. He persuades Roosevelt to rescue MacArthur and make him Allied commander in Australia. MacArthur receives a coded message. Proceed to Melbourne. On Corregidor, General Carlos Romulo shares this newest drama.
He didn't want to leave Corregidor. I saw him after the telegram from Roosevelt pacing back and forth. And then finally he called me, and he used to call me by my first name, so he said, Carlos, I have to go to Australia. This telegram says, I am ordered by the President of the United States to go. I cannot disobey him. But with a heavy heart.
If MacArthur disobeys, he faces court-martial. If he obeys, he'll be forced to abandon his men to die. He dictates his resignation, informing Washington that he'll remain as a 61-year-old private. His deputy, General Sutherland, advises him to go. MacArthur summons Buckley, the PT boat commander.
Then the next thing that happened right afterwards there, MacArthur asked me to come over again that night, which I did. He took me up in the middle of the island, Corregidor, out in the field, where no one was present, no spies or anyone else could ever hear us talking. And he said that his plans were to make the breakout and go to Australia at least, at the very latest, by the 15th of March or the Ides of March.
Buckley's own boat will take the MacArthur family out, relying on speed to elude the Japanese naval blockade.
Now, the trip coming out was rough. We had to get through the minefields. And we got through our own minefield with no problem. I knew them like the back of my hand.
When we got through the minefield and pulled back the throttles, I was reminded of the Kentucky Derby. They're off. And win, lose, or draw, here we were. We were on our way. We went out into the China Sea.
So the way we went, and it was rougher than hell out there. Oh, it was terrible. And General MacArthur there was almost put down because of the rough seas and so forth. Later on, General MacArthur said when we landed in Cagayan and got him safely out, he said, you've taken me out of the jaws of death, and I shall not forget.
A bomber picks him up from a remote Philippine rendezvous and flies him to northern Australia. En route to Melbourne, he hands out a scribbled bulletin stating, "The President of the United States ordered me to break through Japanese lines. I came through, and I shall return." Australia welcomes him like a savior, and his statement, "I shall return," echoes around the world.
I spoke casually enough, but the phrase, "I shall return," seemed a promise of magic to the Filipinos. It lit a flame that became a symbol, which focused the nation's indomitable will, and at whose shrine it finally attained victory, and once again found freedom. It was scraped in the sands of beaches. It was stamped on the nail. It was whispered in the cloisters of the church. It became the battle cry of a great underground swell that no Japanese bayonet could still. I shall return.
April 1942. Bataan falls. For the starved U.S. force, surrender was inevitable. Yet MacArthur, far away, feels personally humiliated. At Bataan's formal surrender, the first moments are ones of black comedy, still vivid for Achille Tisdale, the only living survivor among the officers there.
Now, the Japs were quite familiar with the Hollywood, California regulations for surrenders, which consist of bowing and putting your arm out and putting the saber hilt toward the one who's taking the surrender and so on. They know all about it. You have to have a saber to surrender. So what happens? I leave his saber back at headquarters, and there isn't time to go back and get it or anything. So I blotted my copybook.
A month later, the Japanese occupy Corregidor as General Wainwright broadcasts total surrender.
On May 6th, I tendered to Lieutenant General Foma the formal surrender of all...
At first, MacArthur believes the broadcast faked, then wonders if Wainwright's nerve had failed. MacArthur had ordered him to fight to the last man. Knowing the Japanese contempt for prisoners, MacArthur feared an ignoble end for his men. The Bataan Death March. 55,000 sick and wounded are herded north to prison camps. Those who can no longer walk are shot. As the grim march begins, Colonel Tisdale's superior asks him to compose a rallying tune on his harmonica.
So I took this song, Planting Rice, and I made it into a march.
Bitter memories and heartaches will never leave me. The Bataan force went out as it would have wished, fighting to the end. But through the bloody haze of its last reverberating shot, I shall always see a vision of grim, gaunt, ghastly men, still unafraid.
Unafraid. To MacArthur, fear is a weakness. He has been bred, ordained, he feels, for leadership. His father, General Arthur MacArthur, was a Civil War hero. A proud descendant of Scottish warriors, his life was strictly the call of the bugle, the cavalry, and cannon. So it would be for his son, born 1880 in the dusty Army frontier post of Fort Dodge, Arkansas. Contradictions mold young Douglas. He's a mama's boy in the most male of worlds. He's kept in skirts and long curls until he's 8. His bearing becomes one of duty and vanity. Says a colleague, the father was the most arrogant man I'd met until I met the son.
My father was my idol. I emulated him not only as an ideal soldier, but as a great man. Father was a very handsome man with a striking resemblance to Theodore Roosevelt. He was an imposing figure with the straight carriage of an ideal soldier. I looked up to him as a tower of strength, but also as a source of comfort, because behind the military exterior, there was an extremely loving heart.
The Academy of West Point, cradle of American generals. Douglas MacArthur enrolls here in the final year of the 19th century, but never quite leaves Mama's cradle. Biographer William Manchester.
When Douglas MacArthur went to West Point, his mother went to West Point too. She moved into Craney's Hotel just across the parade ground at West Point, and she could look out her hotel window and see MacArthur's light burning, so she knew whether or not he was studying.
His mother, known as Pinky, dominates him all her life.
I was lucky enough to have a mother whose love never ceased and guidance never faltered. Without my mother's unceasing vigilance and guidance, which she exerted from my childhood, I could never have accomplished what I did.
West Point, and the spirit of West Point, and the idealization of West Point was an immense factor in the forming of MacArthur. He was prepared for it. He was prepared to accept unquestioningly the romantic concept of 19th century militarism with all of its traditions. And he went for it, and to the end of his life, he would hum to himself such songs as Army Blue and the West Point alma mater.
He's top cadet. At sports, he plays all out, fearlessly, and now Pinky's boy is called Dauntless Doug. His first posting is the Philippines. When a guerrilla bullet goes through his hat, he nonchalantly prophesies, "No bullet will ever get me." He joins his father, the Philippine military governor, on a tour of Asia and proclaims, "Its mystic hold is upon me." When the Great War erupts, he's 36. President Woodrow Wilson orders rapid mobilization. And in Washington, Major MacArthur devises a new crack division, the Rainbow Division. And over there, in France, Colonel MacArthur heads the Rainbow when its general falls ill. He's at last a true MacArthur, in command.
These men were my comrades in arms. With me, they knew the call of the bugle at reveille, the distant roll of drums at nightfall, the endless tramp of marching feet, the incessant whine of sniper bullets, the ceaseless rattle of sputtering machine guns, the sinister wail of air raid sirens, the deafening blast and crash of bombs. These were patriots, pure and plain. These were men who fought and perchance died for one reason only, for their country, for America. No complex philosophy of world intrigue and politics dominated their thoughts. Just the devoted doctrine of Stephen Decatur when he said, "My country, may she always be right, but right or wrong, my country."
As survivor of the Rainbow Division, Howard Smith recalls the first time he saw MacArthur.
I looked down the line, and there was a man I had never seen before. I didn't know MacArthur by sight except from his photographs, but I just knew that was MacArthur because of the way he carried himself. He had a swagger stick, and he didn't have a trench helmet or a gas mask on. That was typical of the man, too.
MacArthur gradually assembles the props and poise of a consummate actor. The floppy hat, rakishly worn, a swagger stick instead of the usual baton, and later, the foot-long corncob pipe. He's known among his men as the Fighting Dude and arouses extreme love-hate emotions.
I remember a meeting between MacArthur and his battalion commanders, during which he told them about the upcoming attack. And he said, "Now, gentlemen, I want Hill 212 taken tomorrow, or I want you folks to turn in 100% casualties." And one of the doughboys was overhearing this conversation, and he turned to his buddy and he said, "Generous son of a bitch, wasn't he?"
The slaughter was unprecedented. MacArthur would later romanticize.
My thoughts go back to those men who went with us to their last charge. In memory's eye, I can see them now, forming grimly for the attack, blue-lipped, covered with sludge and mud, chilled with the wind and the rain of the foxhole, driving home to their objective and to the judgment of God. I do not know the dignity of their birth, but I do know the glory of their death. They died unquestioning, uncomplaining, with faith in their hearts and on their lips the hope that we would go on to victory.
The glorification of death is part of the whole fabric of 19th century militarism. MacArthur is by no means alone. Winston Churchill is an example. One sees an apparent contradiction in MacArthur's eulogizing of death and his conservation of lives. But I don't think that is a contradiction. The commander tries to save as many lives as possible, but he glorifies those who have died. They had become in the World War I phrase, the glorious dead.
MacArthur exaggerates his battle scars, says journalist Robert Sherrod.
He always claimed to have been wounded in World War I. He spoke of it many times, and he told some soldiers once, the first time I was ever wounded, I thought the whole world had blown up. Well, he was gassed a couple of times, rather lightly, because he did not have medical treatment at all. But he always wore the wound stripes and the Purple Hearts that went with being wounded. But I think he began to tell himself these things so many times that he began to believe them himself.
He embarks for home, expecting a nation's grateful embrace. He's now America's most decorated brigadier general.
We had a great trip over. We reached New York on the 25th. But where, oh where, was that welcome they told us of? Where was that howling mob to proclaim us monarchs of all we surveyed? Where were those bright eyes and slim ankles that had been kidding us in our dreams? Nothing like that. One little urchin asked us who we were. And when we said we are the famous 42nd, he asked if we had been to France. Amid a silence that hurt, with no one, not even the children, to see us, we marched off the dock to be scattered to the four winds, a sad, gloomy end of the rainbow.
He returns to West Point as superintendent. Changed by war, he tries to humanize West Point and urges reforms. Army Chief of Staff General Pershing calls MacArthur a show-off, then transfers him back to the Philippines. MacArthur, on leaving, steals Pershing's favorite lady, Louise Cromwell Brooks, and marries her. She's heiress to $100 million, a mother of two, and a devout flapper. In Manila, MacArthur is military commander. He's in his element. His bride merely bored. They agree to divorce on grounds of his poverty. In Washington, Pinckney lobbies for his promotion. In 1930, he's appointed Army Chief of Staff, the youngest ever. He's 50, still dominated by Pinckney through the liberated Jazz Age.
When he left the Philippines in the late 1920s to become the Army Chief of Staff, he brought with him a Eurasian mistress. She was a beautiful girl in her late teens named Isabel Rosario Cooper. She was a Shanghai chorus girl and rather more experienced than MacArthur thought.
MacArthur installs his young love in a Washington hotel. He gives her trinkets and all the new feminine finery, but no overcoat, no raincoat, because, he tells her, she has no reason to go outdoors. Her duty lies within.
And while he was away, she began prowling around New York and Baltimore. When MacArthur found out about this, he just decided to cut her loose. And he rather brutally sent her a help wanted clipping from a newspaper, and he sent her a ticket back to Manila. Well, Isabel had no intention of going back to Manila.
Instead, she goes to gossip columnist Drew Pearson, showing him MacArthur's love letters signed Daddy. Pearson insists that MacArthur pay her $15,000.
Why did he pay up this hush money? He wasn't married. He could have said, so what? The explanation is that MacArthur, age 54, a four-star general, was terrified that his mother would find out he had been sleeping with a woman.
1932. The Depression grips America, and the troops MacArthur led in the Great War are out of work, hungry. They march on Washington to demand a cash bonus. The bonus marchers set up shanty towns near the Capitol, and President Hoover suggests using troops to drive them out. MacArthur agrees. In his code, soldiers never complain. He turns on his old comrades.
MacArthur turned it into a major military operation. Of course, he was wearing civilian clothes at the War Department then, and so he crossed to Fort Myer and put on his uniform with all of his ribbons and came back.
Pacifism and its bedfellow, communism, are all about us, in the theaters, newspapers and magazines, pulpits and lecture halls, schools and colleges. It hangs like a mist before the face of America, organizing the forces of unrest and undermining the morals of the working man. Day by day, this canker eats deeper into the body politic.
MacArthur formed all of his people on the Mall and had them march down Pennsylvania Avenue with tanks. They actually had tanks, which were grinding up the pavement, and the horses under Patton until they got to the site on Pennsylvania Avenue. MacArthur attacked them with tear gas and ordered their lean-tos and shacks put to the torch.
Franklin D. Roosevelt tells MacArthur, "Douglas, you're our best general, but I believe you'd be our worst politician." Soon after, MacArthur opposes FDR over military cutbacks. When MacArthur loses his job, he declares, "It shows how the world has gone to hell." Roosevelt consoles him with his umpteenth medal, then sends him back to the Philippines. On the voyage out, he meets 37-year-old Jean Faircloth, who's on a world cruise. With Pinky ill in her cabin, he persuades Jean to get off at Manila.
On the morning of April 30th, 1937, I married Jean Marie Faircloth. It is perhaps the smartest thing I have ever done. She has been my constant friend, sweetheart, and devoted supporter ever since. How she has managed to put up with my eccentricities and crotchets all these years is quite beyond my comprehension.
Pinky dies, and Jean now becomes his best soldier. Her close friend, Mrs. Kira Huff.
They were absolutely wrapped up in each other. Jean, as I said, she loved parties, and she was very feminine, loved pretty clothes. But as time went on, and things really got pretty rugged in their lives, she sublimated herself, there's no doubt about it. But it was what she wanted to do. It was no sacrifice. It was her happiness lay in doing everything she could to make life easier for the general.
Their only child is born, Arthur MacArthur IV.
I think he was 60 years old when Arthur was born, and he was amazed, I think, that he had this baby and was very proud of him. Every night when he came home, Arthur was asleep. He would go in and sit by his bed and just look at him. He really did love that little boy.
In later life, the son will choose to live under an assumed name. 1938, he resigns from the U.S. Army to join another.
So he took the job of Field Marshal of the Philippine Army, which sounds like a comic opera role. And it became even more so because MacArthur designed his own uniform. And you can imagine what it was like. It was just dazzling. And other people saw humor in this. But MacArthur did not, because MacArthur never laughed at MacArthur. If MacArthur was Field Marshal of the Philippine Army, it had to be an important position, otherwise he wouldn't be holding it.
MacArthur has taken his longtime aide to the Philippines. When Dwight D. Eisenhower leaves him, MacArthur calls him the best clerk I ever had. Ike, asked later if he knew MacArthur, retorted, I studied dramatics under him. Field Marshal MacArthur is a step ahead of the U.S. He mobilizes the Philippines. He knows that the Japanese sweeping from Manchuria to Malaya will soon confront him. In mid-1941, Roosevelt recalls MacArthur to the U.S. Army to head its defense of the Philippines. A Japanese attack is imminent.
People had speculated as to where the Japanese would strike, those in positions of power and knowledge. Would they hit Hawaii, the Philippines, Malaya, Indochina, Thailand, the East Indies? It occurred to no one that they would hit all of these places, and they did.
Nothing that Hitler did matched the blitzkrieg of the first 6 months of World War II in the Pacific, when the Japanese swept down and conquered vast territory and were pressing on towards Australia. The one garrison which held out was the Philippine American Division on Bataan and Corregidor.
And these men held out week after week and month after month. By the time MacArthur left Corregidor on orders from President Roosevelt, the islands were doomed.
The Bataan Death March forever haunts MacArthur and hardens his resolve. He dedicates himself to liberate the Philippines, possessed by the memory of Bataan and the men he left behind.
No army has ever done so much with so little, and nothing became it more than its last hour of trial and agony. To the weeping mothers of its dead, I can only say that the sacrifice and halo of Jesus of Nazareth has descended upon their sons, and that God will take them unto himself.
General Douglas MacArthur launches the first counter-offensive of the Pacific in the Green Hill of New Guinea. While his strategy is admired, he personally is damned as a commander who takes all the glory and his men all the gore. When the general delivers victory after victory, the name-calling changes. Hail MacArthur.
In the spring of 1942, though in defeat, General Douglas MacArthur is acclaimed a hero, the role he has prepared for all his life, and which he plays to the hilt. Taking command in Australia, he pledges, I have come as a soldier in a great crusade of personal liberty, as opposed to perpetual slavery. My faith in our ultimate victory is invincible, and I bring you tonight the unbreakable spirit of the free man's military code in support of our joint cause. There can be no compromise, and to this end I pledge the full resources of all the mighty powers of my country and the blood of my countrymen. We shall win or we shall die.
There's a hero in the Pacific, and he heard his country call. He's a soldier in the Pacific, whom the Japs don't like at all.
An imperiled Australia badly needs a rallying figure.
General MacArthur was a popular hero because he was strikingly handsome. He behaved in the way in which one would have expected an American film star to portray a great military figure.
For it's men like you that make us...
He was simply larger than life, like those Greek statues. Everything about him was just a little bit bigger.
And the men who gave their all.
There was an aura around the place. You'd almost expect a fanfare of trumpets and a roll of drums. Everything seemed to be so rehearsed.
In the first 4 months of 1942, he was simply the greatest man who ever lived.
And liberty.
March 1942. The Japanese fleets rule the Pacific. Their armies have crushed the Americans in the Philippines, the British in Malaya, the Dutch in Indonesia. They are poised to invade Australia. Historian William Manchester.
The Australians, of course, were well aware that the Japanese were coming down on them. And their attitude was defeatist. They wanted to surrender most of Australia and just hold on to the eastern shore, which would have been disastrous because that's where the Japanese intended to invade.
MacArthur has nothing to offer but brave words. The American troops have not arrived in Australia. Journalist Robert Sherritt.
He began to complain a great deal that he hadn't been given the overall command that he expected to be given right away. He arrived on the 21st of March in Melbourne, and it was the 18th of April before he was designated the theater commander. And he simply refused to understand that the Allied governments had to give their assent first, not only the Australians, but the British and the Dutch.
MacArthur sulks in his hotel room for 2 weeks. Washington, he feels, has betrayed him once again. He is a figure of unapproachable gloom.
The way is long and hard here, and I don't quite see the end of the road. To make something out of nothing seems to be my military fate in the twilight of my service. I have led one lost cause, and am trying desperately not to have it too.
His black mood lifts when he's finally named Supreme Commander in the Southwest Pacific. He has orders to cooperate with General Sir Thomas Blamey, head of the Australian forces. It is a touchy relationship. Blamey's aide, Norman Carleon, watches it turn sour.
The thing that bugs me about that was that he was instructed by the chiefs of staff in Washington to appoint Australians to his headquarters staff. But that was not for MacArthur. And the thing that I shall never ever forgive him for was that his reply to Washington was that there were not any officers capable and experienced enough to appoint to his staff. Now that was a rather tragic blow.
The bitterness will be lasting. The official Australian war historian, Dudley MacArthur.
I don't think things would have been very different if there had been no MacArthur at that stage. Certainly we needed the American forces, but I don't think the presence of MacArthur made very much difference.
The Japanese are preparing to take all of New Guinea, then invade Australia. Then, a brief reprieve. The Battle of the Coral Sea off Australia's northern coast. a small American force, outnumbered 5-1, engages the Japanese fleet. After fierce fighting, American carrier planes turn back the Japanese. Even so, Australia expects invasion at any moment. MacArthur decides on a bold forestalling action to attack New Guinea and defend Australia from there. After taking a strategic village, Boona, the Japanese have begun crossing the Owen Stanley Mountains towards the capital, Port Moresby, the base MacArthur needs. The mountain track is considered impassable, but the Japanese are getting through. MacArthur sends Australian troops up this fearsome trail to drive back the veteran enemy. The Aussies also perform the impossible. The Japanese retreat back over the mountains to Boona, and Port Moresby is saved. It's July '42. 2 American divisions have now arrived in Australia direct from the United States. They have never seen action, but are promptly shipped to the worst battle zone in the Pacific, New Guinea. The U.S. sends an Air Force General, George Churchill Kenny, though his Air Force exists largely on paper. MacArthur is at first skeptical. Out of 60 local flying fortresses, only 6 are airworthy. But Kenny works miracles by airlifting troops to Port Moresby. To the Army's astonishment, Kenny also airlifts large vehicles by cutting them in 2, then welding them back together at the battle zone. But in the depths of the New Guinea jungle, the GIs are ill-equipped to cope. Green troops in a green hell.
The New Guinea jungle and swamp were unrelenting in their toll of disease and sickness. The troops were beginning to suffer from the increasing debility and lassitude engendered by the stifling climate and an insufficient food ration. The incidence of sickness climbed rapidly as man after man was stricken and hospitalized with at least one of the multitude of ever-present fevers which infested the entire region.
A veteran of jungle warfare, Colonel Henry Burgess.
You don't have any field of fire, you don't have any vision. The sky you don't see in most of the areas. None of the sunlight comes down through. It's like being in a darkened room most of the time. You're wet from the time you get up, either from perspiration or from dew or rain the entire time.
Again, Air Chief Kenny comes to the rescue. The American soldiers need not make the appalling mountain crossing. He'll airlift them to join the Australians converging on Boona. Until now, MacArthur has viewed air power merely as an attack weapon. He had prepared for a long struggle from island to island, jungle to jungle. Now he conceives a series of giant leaps. MacArthur personally hates flying, but it allows him to commute 1,500 miles to his advanced post at Port Moresby. He's still far from the jungle fighting, and in Stone Age New Guinea, he lives in typical MacArthur splendor. Norman Carleon.
On one occasion, we went to his headquarters in Port Moresby in the afternoon, and when we were entered into his main room, you might be surprised that General MacArthur was in the most magnificent pair of white silk pajamas with his Japanese robe with a black motif Japanese
on the back, and he strutted up and down the room as he spoke. Really a sight to be seen. You would almost think you were at the opera.
By December 42, 75,000 Japanese troops have retreated to Buna, and MacArthur smells blood. MacArthur wants victory now. He sends a message to the Australian commander, Blamey. Blamey's aide, Carleon.
The message said, Buna will be taken at dawn. MacArthur. Blamey read it. He said, I just can't understand MacArthur sending a message like that. Doesn't even know how long it takes to mount a battle.
MacArthur summons his best American field commander, General Robert Eichelberger. He tells his lifetime friend,
Bob, take Buna or don't come back alive.
Buna was 5 huts. You can't find it today. The Japanese have been completely driven across the Owen Stanleys, and we're now engaged in a massive retreat. And so it acquired, as many towns do, a symbolic value.
Eichelberger's aide, Robert White.
Keep in mind, this was the first American offensive. Nobody was trained. Nobody had been blooded in combat. The enemy had never lost a battle. They were excellent soldiers of the highest orders. They had dug in with the sea anchoring each flank, and our job was to attack through their perimeter. And our lads couldn't figure out what was going wrong. What they didn't know is the Japanese had built these bunkers with heavy logs that big around, palm tree logs, covered with dirt, camouflaged beautifully, slits to shoot out of, traps at the entrance, so you throw a grenade and you still couldn't get them.
MacArthur issues cheerful press communiques. He describes his Buna force as enjoying a peaceful Christmas day. A week later, MacArthur in Brisbane announces that the battle is over, except for what he calls mopping up. The Australians now call him the chocolate soldier.
There are many mystifying traits in MacArthur. There's no question that he was brave beyond belief in World War I and repeatedly exposed himself to enemy fire. But there were other times in which he was absent from the front. He wasn't on battalion, and he wasn't in the Owen Stanleys. But he wanted people at home to think that he was, and so he had photographs taken of himself and said, mention MacArthur at the front.
MacArthur's publicity machine slips up when a limousine appears in a photo of him supposedly taken in a battle zone.
And this was the sort of thing that made MacArthur controversial among his own soldiers. They laughed at him. They called him Choco Doug, which I suppose was kinder than Dugout Doug.
At Buna, the Japanese main force has dispersed, but some units remain in deep bunkers.
And finally, the only way they were gotten out of there is when a few tanks were brought up by the Australians. And finally, the tanks began to crush them in, and we realized that we'd been throwing green troops against this extremely difficult operation. When we won at Buna, it was the first victory of the American ground forces in the whole Pacific War, and it was the first defeat of the Japanese Imperial Army.
Buna must appear to be a MacArthur victory. Field commanders Eichelberger and Blamey are barely mentioned. Eichelberger will be warned not to reveal that MacArthur never came near Buna. And Blamey, whose tanks turned the scales, is not credited. Blamey complains to his aide, Carleon.
So later, he advised me that MacArthur had forbidden him to announce his presence in New Guinea. MacArthur's communique was entirely MacArthur and the Americans. The Australian troops were not recognized. Now, this was a bit tough as we would try in Australia.
MacArthur was an American chauvinist, American nationalist. And if there was a victory and American troops had achieved it, he called them American troops. If Australians had achieved it, he called them Allied troops. Of course, this didn't go very well in Australia.
He certainly did not hesitate to denigrate the troops under his command, particularly the Australians, if it threw him forward in a better light.
MacArthur, oblivious to the resentment, publicly commends the Australians.
Throughout the war, the most complete cooperation existed, not only with the Australians, but with the other nationalities under my command. Not only was there a complete lack of friction and misunderstanding, but the ties of mutual respect, goodwill, and admiration among the commanders, staffs, and men of all branches and services could serve as a model for any mixed international force.
The New Guinea campaign is the last time MacArthur uses his troops recklessly. American losses exceed 9,000 dead and wounded. As the dead are buried, MacArthur issues a statement that stuns the Boona survivors.
Probably no campaign in history against a thoroughly prepared and trained army produced such complete and decisive results with so low an expenditure of life and resources.
In his communiques, he would make claims that were ridiculous. See, I would be up in Port Moresby, and we would shoot down 2 Japanese planes and lose 6 of our own. Well, he would reverse the figures, you see, the other way around, and this was strictly, he was simply lying in his communiques.
MacArthur's communiques were devoted to establishing and enlarging the MacArthur legend. But someone found that in a typical MacArthur communique, MacArthur was mentioned 17 times and no other officer was mentioned once.
The press helps feed the MacArthur legend. Heroes are needed. Yet because of occasional criticism, MacArthur is paranoid about the press.
He often complained about how everyone was out gunning for him, how the press was always attacking him. And I said, perhaps it's the people around you that they are attacking and not you yourself. And he turned on me and said, if it's right at the top, it's right at the bottom.
I don't think MacArthur had any real friends in the sense that most of us look at it. Most of us think friends are people that you can be together in all kinds of conditions. You can insult each other or not as you choose and not get mad. I don't think anyone could do that with MacArthur.
He had a hunger, a real hunger to be appreciated. A hunger to have somebody say, boy, that was a good job, and then have that be somebody where that meant something.
You'll hardly ever find that MacArthur did anything unless it would reflect benefit on Douglas MacArthur himself. This was the makeup of the man, and this is why he remains, in my estimation, the supreme egotist of all time.
From 1943 onward, MacArthur's brilliant island-to-island advance silences his critics. MacArthur's men find themselves guided by an infallible tactician, one who masters the entire terrain. MacArthur understands the Japanese and exploits their rigidity. Again and again, he unnerves them with his unpredictable and incisive blows.
Never let the Jap attack you. When the Japanese soldier has a coordinated plan of attack, he works smoothly. When he is attacked, when he doesn't know what is coming, it isn't the same. They're inflexible, like a fist that cannot loosen its grasp once it has seized something. A hand that closes, never to open again, is useless when the fighting turns to catch-as-catch-can wrestling.
Exploiting the Japanese confusion, MacArthur devises a strategy of airdrops to encircle his enemy. His Air Chief Kenny now mounts the first paratroop assault of the Pacific War. Kenny wants to go along and tells MacArthur They're my kids. I want to see them do their stuff. MacArthur, uncomfortable with flying, ponders a moment, then says, "You're right, George. We'll both go. They're my kids, too." Kenny is horrified and says, "Some $5 a month Jap aviator might put a hole through you." MacArthur can't imagine that. He has a different worry.
I'm not worried about getting shot. The only thing that disturbs me is the possibility that when we hit the rough air over the mountains, my stomach might get upset. I'd hate to throw up and disgrace myself in front of the kids.
There are, I suppose, 20 or 25 such cases in which MacArthur's staff begged him to stay out of the plane, to stay on the ship, don't go ashore, and he insisted on doing it. It is also worth mentioning that during that bomber run, a photographer who MacArthur had brought along snapped a magnificent picture of MacArthur. It was great for the MacArthur legend.
You are the admiration of a nation, like the lone eagle of the sky.
MacArthur did hold that a general should expose himself to fire in front of his troops. He felt that this was important for soldiers' morale.
Leadership is often crystallized in some sort of public gesture. In war, to be effective, it must take the form of a fraternity of danger between a commander and his troops by sharing the risk of sudden death. He who dares to die, who lays his life on the altar of his nation's need, is beyond doubt the noblest development of mankind.
Your own general, up there in the blue.
He returns to Australia. Again, the hero.
Hats off to General MacArthur. We take our hats off to you.
2 years ago,
Now for our freedom, for our
when I landed on your soil,
your pledge to keep her away.
I said to the people of the Philippines whence I came, I shall return. Tonight, I repeat those words. I shall return.
God will see you through. Hats off to General MacArthur. We take our hats off to you.
MacArthur is now 64, a Victorian soldier schooled in sabers and cavalry charges, yet always master of the moment or of new-style war. In his 1944 campaign in the Pacific, he brilliantly combines air, sea, and land power. He takes personal command of his first seaborne landing, explaining, "I saw temporary confusion and weakness of the enemy, which I decided to capitalize on without delay. I felt the situation presented an ideal opportunity for a coup de main, which, if successful, could advance the Allied timetable in the Pacific by several months and save thousands of Allied lives. Because of the delicate nature of the operation and the immediate decision required, I accompanied the force."
At Los Negros in the Southwest Pacific, MacArthur begins his island-to-island counter-offensive. This is MacArthur's first crucial step towards avenging his defeat in the Philippines. This motivation will sharpen his skills as a strategist, but now he is desperate for a victory. MacArthur is gambling his career at Los Negros. His staff is appalled by the risk of the operation. Biographer William Manchester.
There was every reason to avoid Los Negros and the Admiralties north of New Guinea. The intelligence reported there were a large a very strong Japanese garrison defending the island. And MacArthur said he didn't believe it.
Although MacArthur mounts a full-fledged invasion, he terms it a reconnaissance in force. This way, he can always withdraw and claim he was never committed to victory. It is a near thing, but in the end, his battle instincts are proved right. He decides to go ashore to witness the fighting. He declares, "I have to go." His wounded pride motivates him to take personal as well as strategic risks. He strolls to a vital airstrip where photographer Gay Felice finds him.
On the other side of the airstrip, the Japanese were still firing there. There was war going on, and snipers. And as we walked around, and I took several shots of MacArthur looking at some of the dead Japs, and he said, "That's the way I like to see him."
MacArthur, though one of the bravest commanders, has a constant need to prove it. His personal physician, Dr. Egerberg, is with him on Los Negros.
I felt very close to him, and I had the feeling he felt rather close to me. I don't think he would like to have seen me killed. I think there were probably some occasions when he thought it would have been nice if I'd been wounded, or he'd been wounded. I don't think he cared which one of us, but he thought it might have been nice.
MacArthur has never been wounded and is convinced it's his destiny never to fall in battle. Unscathed himself, he pronounces a victory at Los Negros several days before the fact. He prematurely congratulates the commander, General William Chase.
I told Chase, hold what you have taken, no matter against what odds. You have your teeth in him. Now don't let go.
He ambles back aboard his flagship, the Phoenix, having proved his judgment, his personal courage, and his luck. Now he can bask in the glory of victory. By taking Los Negros, MacArthur has paved the way for a more rapid advance. Had he failed, he might have lost any chance of returning to the Philippines. Now MacArthur looks ahead to his beloved islands. To succeed, he must neutralize Rabaul, a Japanese stronghold held by 100,000 troops. MacArthur has a plan, but it requires more men. Churchill and Roosevelt will not cooperate. They agree that American troop reserves must go to Europe. MacArthur is enraged and fears the Navy will now upstage him. Naval Chief Admiral Chester Nimitz wants his Marines to have the glory of taking Rabaul. But Roosevelt is anxious not to anger America's hero, MacArthur. So a compromise is found. Forget Rabaul. Go around it. The outcome is the leapfrog strategy, the most momentous strategy of the Pacific War.
My staff worried about Rabaul and other strong points. I intended to envelop them, incapacitate them, apply the hit 'em where they ain't, let 'em die on the vine philosophy. New conditions and new weapons require new and imaginative methods. Wars are never won in the past. Starve Rabaul, the jungle, starvation, they're my allies.
He finds another ally, air power. It becomes the major instrument of his strategy.
MacArthur was quick to adopt new ideas. He saw the possibilities of aircraft very early. Air power was basic to his strategy in the Pacific and World War II. Each jump he made was limited to the range of his fighter aircraft.
April 1944. MacArthur ignores Rabaul. He makes a giant leap along the north coast of New Guinea. He bypasses other enemy strongholds at Hansa Bay and Wewak, landing his forces at Hollandia, 200 miles behind the enemy lines. With MacArthur, reporter William Dunn.
We flew up along the New Guinea coast, and here down at our left was the Japanese base Wewak. That was one big base that MacArthur decided that he would bypass. We dropped a few bombs on it, but we attacked it never. It was a beautiful example of the way that MacArthur liked to fight a war. I mean, don't hit them where they are, hit them where they ain't.
Accompanying the invasion force, Staff Officer Robert White.
We landed at Hollandia. There were very few enemy troops there, but there was a great deal of Japanese brass, admirals, generals, who had taken a post up at Hollandia to get the reports from Hansa Bay, how the Japanese imperial forces were going to really massacre the Americans. Suddenly the Americans were on their front step.
In choosing Hollandia, MacArthur has once again ignored his advisors. But this time he knows victory is certain. Hollandia is sparsely defended. Other great generals built their reputations on bloodshed, not MacArthur.
I've always said that there are thousands of Americans who came back to their family for fighting under General MacArthur because he talked the bloodiest war you've ever heard of. When you talk to him, he practically dripped blood, but he didn't fight that way, ever. He never lost a man that wasn't necessary.
So throughout the rest of the war, we always landed where the Japanese weren't, set up our own perimeters, let the Japanese live out in the jungle and come to get us. Or bypass the Japanese and let him have to move hundreds of miles up through the jungle to get to us. And by the time they got to us, I don't like to think those Japanese soldiers looked like they came off of a cross, but they looked like they came out of a deep hole in the ground. It's just the way we thought of them. They were sick, ill. The jungle was an ally for us in those conditions.
In just 2 months, MacArthur advances more than 1,000 miles with only minor losses. His officers now regard him as almost supernatural, a view he encourages.
Anybody who had any association with the general just loved and admired him. Jack Sverdrup used to say, he said, you know, the way the general would look at me when he put his hand on my shoulder, if he said, I want you to go over and walk right into that cannon just before it shoots, I would have done it. That's the way he could make you feel.
Well, he was known among most of us as the old softy. In his whole life, he seemed to want to accomplish his purposes by using people to do their best rather than forcing them to do something.
Others see only a cold, distant figure obsessed by his personal war.
There was a colossal ego there, of course, which was one of his weaknesses and some degree of strength, in that he had colossal self-confidence.
Ostensibly, each morning as he went in the bathroom to shave, he was reportedly saying, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the greatest of us all, and why am I?"
The troops speak of Dugout Doug's White House on the hills of Hollandia. It is a lavish structure ordered up by his adoring staff. MacArthur spends only 4 nights there. For the troops in the jungle, the war is hideous, stinking, degrading. And they resent the lofty, reclusive general who seems to find glory in this hell. To MacArthur, war is a duel of commanders. Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto has directed Japanese operations in the Pacific. Like MacArthur, he is an enigma. He opposed attacking the United States, yet was the architect of Pearl Harbor. From Rabaul, Yamamoto takes off for an extended tour of his front lines. He radios ahead his itinerary, but the Japanese naval code has been broken. Now there can be revenge against the mastermind of Pearl Harbor. MacArthur's Air Force lies in wait. The dozen fighters descend on Yamamoto. MacArthur recalls it.
The Japanese pilot was no setup. He was skilled and used every artifice to escape. Dodging behind cloud covers, zigzagging, twisting and turning. It looked as though he had made it. Every gun was blazing. Then suddenly there was a puff of smoke from the rear of the transport. A red flame flickered into blaze. The big ship quivered and rolled. Then came a mighty crash, tearing a jagged hole through the sweating jungle, suddenly strewn with the debris of a wrecked plane. It was the end of Isoroku Yamamoto. One could almost hear the rising crescendo of sound from the thousands of glistening white skeletons at the bottom of Pearl Harbor.
June 6, 1944, D-Day in Europe. MacArthur's Pacific triumphs are eclipsed by the size and the importance of the Allied landing in Normandy, led by his former aide, Dwight D. Eisenhower. MacArthur is silent, sulking, jealous of Eisenhower's war. He will never admit the importance of Europe. Political analyst Lord Longford.
There was no question of it. I mean, Germany was the menace. I mean, the danger was of the Hitler arriving in Dover, and with London to follow. I mean, what was happening in the Far East was relatively unimportant.
There was a feeling among those of us who were in the Pacific that we were the second team, and that American attention was riveted on Europe. And it was developments, in a typical American newspaper, developments in the European theater would be on page 1 and the Pacific on page 2.
The Allied leaders are agreed that Europe must be liberated before an all-out attack on Japan can be considered. MacArthur cannot understand the emphasis on the European war, which he regards as the lesser evil.
When MacArthur laid it on the line, things that he would say privately, but not publicly, that our war is over here against Japan. It's not in Germany. And he even went so far as to say, if the Germans conquered Britain, they were at least a civilized race, implying they would be kindly conquerors, whereas the Japanese were savages, you see.
My hunch is that if MacArthur had been in the European theater, he would have seen Hitler as the greatest threat. Whoever MacArthur was fighting had to be the #1 enemy. He could not play on the second team.
MacArthur fears that even in the Pacific, he may have to play second fiddle to the Navy under Admiral Nimitz. MacArthur sees the Admiral as part of a Navy clique out to get him. Nimitz Ocean Command extends across 5,000 miles. The sea war is fought mainly by aircraft. The opposing warships seldom see one another. U.S. Marines storm islands they have never heard of until now. Truk, Midway, Guam. The service rivalry intensifies. The Navy tries to cut MacArthur out of the war. It lobbies to make the final push against Japan an all-Navy show. MacArthur wants to reoccupy the Philippines first, then use the islands as a staging area to invade Japan. The Navy wants to bypass the Philippines and take Formosa. Then they will attack Japan. MacArthur is horrified.
MacArthur saw himself, of course, as having enemies not only in front of him, but behind him, too. And the awful moment for him arrived when he was summoned to Hawaii for a conference with Admiral Nimitz and President Roosevelt, in which the president was seriously considering bypassing the Philippines and landing on Formosa. And you can imagine what a shock this was to MacArthur.
On his way to the Honolulu conference, he worries about why he's being dragged off to meet Roosevelt. MacArthur confides in his personal pilot, Weldon Rhodes.
He said there are only one of three things that can happen. He's either calling me back to relieve me of my command, or he might be calling me back to say that we secure New Guinea and that's it for you, or he might be calling me back to give me the go-ahead signal as far as going to the Philippines. He said, I don't know. But he said the mere fact that I don't know what's going to happen it depresses me, leaves me very uncertain.
Nimitz and Roosevelt arrive first. MacArthur contrives to be last, letting his president wait. MacArthur wears his faded flying jacket to convey the image of a fighting man. But for Roosevelt, the prestige of Navy brass and Army brass is secondary. The decisions made here may determine the fate of huge numbers of American youth. Nimitz argues calmly that the aim of the war is the conquest of Japan itself. The invasion must be a naval one, approached by logical steps, the shortest steps. MacArthur sees the choice as a moral one. To bypass the Philippines and prolong the Japanese occupation would be a betrayal of all that America stands for. He also means a betrayal of his pledge, his honor.
I was in total disagreement with the proposed plan, not only on strategic but on psychological grounds. I felt that to sacrifice the Philippines a second time could not be condoned or forgiven. The president interrupted. But Douglas, to take the main island of Luzon would demand heavier losses than we can stand. I replied, my losses would not be heavy, any more than they have been in the past. The days of the frontal attack should be over. Modern infantry weapons are too deadly, and frontal assault is only for mediocre commanders. Good commanders do not turn in heavy losses.
The president agrees that the Philippines must be retaken.
Well, on the way back, when he came to the airplane to depart from Honolulu, he was just ebullient. He was just like a kid with a new toy, completely changed man. And I fell in step with him to the airplane and said, did you get what you wanted, General? And he said, everything.
The route of return to the Philippines lay straight before me. I was still 1,600 miles from the Philippines, but I was now in a position to carry out, with increasing speed, the massive strokes against the enemy which I had envisioned since the beginning of my campaign in the Southwest Pacific.
In a period of 6 months, MacArthur advances along a chain of islands to within 300 miles of the Philippines. It is a remarkable operation. He suffers only 1,400 casualties, or 1 for every mile gained. A U.S. fleet is cruising off the Philippines, launching airstrikes. A naval pilot reports an enemy weak spot at Leyte. MacArthur is maintaining radio silence. Naval intelligence contacts Quebec, where the war leaders are meeting. They agree to begin the Philippine invasion at Leyte. U.S. naval forces in the Pacific are ordered to regroup for the attack. Over 200 warships, the most powerful naval force ever assembled, and 200,000 men are about to converge on the island of Leyte. MacArthur is excited by the target, Leyte. Scene of his first combat 40 years before. Leyte, which his father had conquered. At last, he is fulfilling his promise to return, a promise that has sustained Filipino resistance for 3 long years.
The fire and the spirit of this nation burned as brightly as ever. A strong and ruthless force, at times using barbaric methods, was never able to conquer this simple, brave people, armed with very little more than courage and faith in the promise that we would return. They're waiting for me up there. It has been a long time.
And the days ahead will be among his worst. Troubles in the American command will imperil MacArthur's pledge to return. General Douglas MacArthur makes a dramatic return to the Philippines. He brings the biggest naval battle in history, the first terrifying appearance of the kamikaze suicide pilots, and an appalling civilian massacre.
General MacArthur's pledge to return to the Philippines has tortured and driven him throughout the war. After a bitter battle with the planners in Washington who want to bypass his beloved islands, he has won the right to retake them. As his ship approaches the familiar shores, he savors the moment as he describes it. The Stygian waters below and the black sky above seem to conspire in wrapping us in an invisible cloak. Now and then a ghostly ship would slide quietly by us, disappearing into the gloom almost before its outlines could be depicted. I knew that on every ship nervous men lined the rails or paced the decks, peering into the darkness and wondering what stood out there beyond the night, waiting for the day to come. There's a universal sameness in the emotions of men, whether they be admiral or sailor, general or private, at such a time as this.
The gladiator is part of his Caesar makeup. He lusts to destroy the man who waits for him ashore, General Yamashita, the giant, shaven-headed tiger of Malaya. Yamashita, whose reputation rivals his own. Yamashita, who rules where the MacArthurs had so long commanded.
The big guns on the ships opened fire at dawn. The Nashville, her engines bringing to life the steel under our feet, knifed into the Leyte Gulf. The ominous cloud of night still hung over the sea, fighting the sun for possession of the sky. But the blackness had given way to somber gray, cloak of drabness began to roll back. Then, just as the sun rose clear of the horizon, there was Tacloban. It had changed little since I had known it 41 years before, on my first assignment after leaving West Point. It was a full moment for me.
The assault begins at Leahy's Tacloban Beach. It's the biggest landing since D-Day in Europe, and to MacArthur, more important. He has 200 warships and 200,000 troops. Leahy is believed to be the Japanese weak spot, but MacArthur will soon find himself in peril. For 3 years, his return to the Philippines has obsessed him. But now, with the moment at hand, he's taking a huge gamble. Biographer William Manchester.
There were risks of great casualties. There were even risks of defeat because MacArthur was moving beyond the range of his land-based planes and had to depend on Navy planes. And that was a very slender thread, and it nearly snapped.
Only 4 hours after establishing a beachhead, he prepares to go ashore. Reporter William Dunn detects MacArthur's excitement.
As we pulled away from the Nashville, MacArthur got up on the engine housing, and Dick Sutherland, his chief of staff, climbed up beside him. And MacArthur sat there, and his eyes just focused on Tacloban. You could see he was showing more emotion than I had ever seen him show. And all of a sudden, he reached over and he hit Dick on the knee. Believe it or not, Dick, we're back. And to me, that was a more genuine expression of his feeling than his famous People of the Philippines, I Have Returned, which was a studied and a magnificent speech. But this, believe it or not, Dick, we're back, came from the soul.
To his annoyance, the boat grounds short, and he has to wait.
It took me only 30 or 40 long strides to reach land. But that was one of the most meaningful walks I ever took. When it was done and I stood on the sand, I knew I was back again against my old enemies of Bataan. For there, shining on the bodies of dead Japanese soldiers, I saw the insignia of the 16th Division.
His trousers are soaked. There are snipers nearby, but MacArthur's lost in the magic of his return to his islands. He asks for a radio transmitter, savoring his long-prepared speech. He grasps the microphone, ignoring tropical rain, and declaims,
People of the Philippines, I have returned. By the grace of Almighty God, our forces stand again on Philippine soil, soil consecrated in the blood of our two people. The hour of your redemption is here. Rally to me. Let the indomitable spirit of Bataan and Corregidor lead on. Rise and strike. The guidance of divine God points the way. Follow in his name to the holy grail of righteous victory.
But the mighty Japanese Navy lies between MacArthur and his holy grail. American carrier-borne planes and submarines sight a massive armada 2 days away. It includes the huge battleship Musashi, which the Japanese consider invincible. But air and torpedo strikes send her to the bottom. the Americans achieve only a brief respite. History's biggest naval battle is imminent. In this vast arena, 900 miles long, Leyte is just a tiny beachhead, far from Manila. Racing from the southwest, the Japanese split their fleet, thrusting at the southern and northern straits, where 2 American fleets guard the approaches. But now, an enemy decoy force lures away the U.S. northern fleet, leaving only the Leyte Gulf force as the battle begins. At night, the Japanese rush into the Gulf. This Japanese fleet is wiped out. But MacArthur's beachhead is unprotected from the north as the remaining Japanese fleet closes in. Japanese Zeros and American Wildcats clash from carriers only 30 miles from the beachhead. An SOS goes out to the decoyed fleet, but it's too far north to assist in time. The Japanese now unleash a frightening new weapon, the kamikaze suicide pilots. Relatively few ships to the kamikazes. But the kamikazes become a much feared legend.
The kamikaze pilot was the logical consequence of the Japanese attitude toward war. The greatest thing that could happen to a Japanese was to die in battle. And this way you were sure of it. Well, you could be sure of one thing: you were going to die. And consequently, they had no trouble finding plenty of pilots for those human torpedoes.
American pilots limping back to their carriers make what they come to call kamikaze landings. The Navy planes are diverted to MacArthur's beachhead airstrip, but after tropical rains, it's like landing on a swamp. The Japanese, unaware of MacArthur's plight, believe his air force is regrouping for a massive attack. In the final irony, the Japanese fleet turns away. History's biggest naval battle has been settled by sheer chance. The lucky MacArthur later pours scorn on the American Navy. He accuses it of hiding from the kamikazes.
What do they have ships for? Warships are just as prone to risk as my tanks and my soldiers. The U.S. Navy has a moth-eaten tradition that an officer who loses his ship is disgraced. What do the American people expect you to do with all that hardware, if not throw it at the enemy?
On land, it takes 2 months to drive the Japanese from Leyte. General Yamashita's frontal assaults will cost him 65,000 dead and wounded, 20 times MacArthur's casualties. MacArthur now confronts Washington with his next move, to pursue Yamashita to Manila. His plan? A major landing at Lingayen, about 120 miles north of Manila. From there, if he wins, it should be an open road.
The plan of the attack was regarded by some in Washington as too daring in scope, too risky in execution. The enemy's strength in Luzon was known to be heavy. His suicidal fanaticism, the last ditch of the defeated, was fully comprehended. My own thoughts went back to that black night 3 years gone, when I churned through these same waters with only the determination to return. In the sporting world, there's an adage among the gamblers: they never come back. But as I filled my old corncob pipe, I had the warm feeling in my heart that sometimes the betting boys might be mistaken.
The betting is heavy. This time he has 1,000 ships, 280,000 men. Even so, his advisors are nervous.
MacArthur plunged ahead despite the apprehension of his staff, predictions that Americans would suffer very high casualties. And it's difficult to escape the conclusion that MacArthur's instincts, that there was such a thing as MacArthur's instincts, because he went against the evidence again and again, and each time it turned out that he was right. He was either had a good instincts or was terribly lucky.
This time he chooses to wade ashore, knowing the dramatic picture.
And somebody said, well, when MacArthur went ashore, the picture showed him wading, but really he walked on the water, didn't he? This is sort of an anti-hero attitude which has arisen in this country. I think we'd do better with a few heroes.
A popular GI ballad tries to demythologize MacArthur.
I asked to see MacArthur with the Bible on his knee. He is pounding out communicates for guys like you and me. And what possibly now someday will be a fact. The Lord will hear a deep voice say, over God, it's back.
The GIs continually satirize MacArthur. Sometimes he's dugouts dug, sometimes too brave for comfort. War photographer Gay Felice.
Never did I see him once have any fear of being in danger. They can recall this other time that we were in imminent danger was when we were at Clark Field. And the American troops were trying to capture the hangars where most of the Japanese forces were. And as we were going toward this particular spot, the commanding officers of this particular area were going up to General, you can't go any further, says you're in imminent danger there because there's still a war going on. The general said, well, I'll go a little further.
I was fighting on ground that had witnessed my father's military triumph nearly 50 years earlier, and my own campaigns at the beginning of the war. I knew every wrinkle of the terrain, every foot of the topography.
At the outskirts of Manila, his troops are welcomed by joyous Filipinos. MacArthur is back. It is for him and for them a magic moment before the unimaginable horror.
Gunfire broke out, and the Japanese had mounted a machine gun, a heavy machine gun, in the tower of the steeple at Cathedral, and they were sweeping the streets, killing civilians as well as us. From then on, the Filipinos did all they could to aid and help us, brought us water, cooked, carried casualties. I think the Filipinos loved the American soldier.
MacArthur longs to take Manila, his old seat of power. Civilian refugees hamper his military effort. But when his physician, Roger Eggeberg, suggests closing the roads to them, MacArthur turns on him.
And he looked at me, again, pityingly or with scorn. He said, Doc, have you looked at these people? He said, look at those people on their side. Look at the horror in their faces. Look at the fear. Why, some of those probably saw their relatives killed this morning by Japanese soldiers. The soldiers are panicky, and when they get panicky, they kill all over the place. He said, it's got to be a lot worse than this before I interfere with the civilian population. War is hard enough on them anyhow.
During the fighting, MacArthur is first into the recaptured presidential palace. From a window, he glares at a Japanese machine gun pointing straight at him.
Suddenly he went like this, and we left the room, and we hadn't gone more than 5 steps before they started shooting. Well, that night I thought I'd call him on it, and I asked him about this. I said, I understand part of it, but what do you do with these? Why are you doing this unnecessary stuff? And he thought a while, and he said, well, perhaps first because I kind of like it. And he said, and the second, I like to test my timing.
The Japanese army commander, Yamashita, has withdrawn, ordering Manila spared, but 30,000 rebellious sailors go berserk.
There were still many, many Japanese running wild in the city. So they started a systematic destroying of the city. The poor people were desperate. Their houses were burned down, they were shot down, and they were destitute. And many, many hundreds of them were killed.
It was one of those inexplicable acts in wartime in which they got drunk and they went mad and resorted to ferocious butchery, and 100,000 Filipinos were murdered.
MacArthur sees his beloved Manila burn, and with it, his old home and art treasures.
Of the penthouse, nothing was left but ashes. It had evidently been the command post of rearguard action. We left its colonel dead on the smoldering threshold, with the remains of the broken vases of the emperor at his head and feet, a grim shroud for his bloody bier. I was tasting to the last acid dregs the bitterness of a devastated and beloved home.
The inner walled city is the last holdout of the rebellious Japanese troops. Finally, on March 5th, 1945, resistance ends in Manila. MacArthur's victory has come at a terrible cost for his beloved Filipinos, so great was triumph.
MacArthur was a product of 19th century militarism, and it was an aspect of this code that the warrior was chivalrous, and he was a knight, and he displayed his chivalry by protecting women and children, and he only fought with other men. And so the atrocities in Manila against the women and children, the infirm, by the Japanese, deeply shocked MacArthur, and he felt and said that this was a violation of the soldier's code, and therefore unacceptable. What he regarded the behavior of the Japanese troops in Manila as a stain on his profession, the profession of arms.
MacArthur goes to the prisoner of war camps outside the city to face the survivors of Bataan, the men he had to leave behind 3 years before.
I made my way to the concentration camps. I cannot recall, even in a life filled with emotional scenes, a more moving spectacle than my first visit to the Santo Tomas camp. It was still under bombardment. When I arrived, the pitiful, half-starved inmates broke out in excited yells. I was grabbed by the jacket. I was kissed. I was hugged. It was a wonderful and never to be forgotten moment to be a lifesaver and not a life taker.
There's one final prize, the Rock of Corregidor. His salute here fulfills his vow. His return is complete. Yet his triumph is overshadowed by the greater drama in Europe. At Yalta, the Allied leaders have met to decide the shape of the post-war world. Roosevelt, now dying, grants Stalin most of his territorial demands, and Stalin then agrees to enter the Pacific War. MacArthur wants 60 Russian divisions to help conquer Japan. In a few tumultuous weeks, Roosevelt dies, Hitler shoots himself as the Russians enter Berlin, Germany surrenders, and Churchill proclaims D-Day. But victory in Europe brings no cheer from MacArthur. He sees no honor in the coming final battle. He has the legions he'll need to invade Japan, but expects at least 1 million American casualties. As he broods, he cannot imagine that very soon Japan will fall not to the skill of soldiers, but to that of scientists, to the atomic bomb, and that he will rule as a virtual Caesar.
The war, which MacArthur has fought masterfully but slowly, ends suddenly in one incredible explosion. It is the end of war as he knows it. The appalling destruction stuns the old chivalrous warrior and convinces him this must be the end of all war. He muses. When I entered the army, the target was one enemy casualty at the end of a rifle or bayonet or sword. Then came the machine gun, designed to kill by the dozen. After that, the heavy artillery raining death upon the hundreds. Then the aerial bomb to strike by thousands, followed by the atomic explosion to reach the hundreds of thousands.
August 6, 1945. $280,000 people died instantly at Hiroshima, according to Japanese records. An unknown number die slowly. MacArthur unwittingly helped bring about Hiroshima's fate, says biographer William Manchester.
MacArthur was asked what the casualties would be if the Americans invaded Honshu. And he said in the initial phase, 1 million American casualties. And he had never been out of line before, and Truman decided that it wasn't worth it, that the bomb should be dropped.
He knows his enemy is fanatically dedicated. The entire Japanese race, it's believed, would fight to the death if so ordered.
The Japanese said over their radio again and again that 100 million Japanese were prepared to die in defense of their homeland. This meant Japanese of all ages. In fact, the first time that we encountered Japanese civilians was on Saipan, where the Japanese mothers threw themselves and their babies off a cliff, and Japanese children formed circles, passing hand grenades back and forth until they blew up.
August 9, a second atomic bomb vaporizes Nagasaki. A day later, Japan capitulates. Emperor Hirohito speaks publicly for the first time, declaring, "I cannot let my innocent people suffer any longer. Ending the war is the only way to restore world peace and relieve the nation from terrible distress." In Washington, expectant crowds gather as Truman announces Japan's official response.
I deem this reply a full acceptance of the Potsdam Declaration, which specifies the unconditional surrender of Japan.
Incredibly sudden victory. In Manila, MacArthur informs his men.
I hope from the bottom of my heart that this is the end of the war. If it is largely due to your own efforts. Very soon, I hope, we will all be going home.
MacArthur stays on as Allied Supreme Commander in the Pacific. He tells his staff, "They haven't got my scalp yet." Washington still needs the lordly MacArthur for the immense task of occupying Japan. Before Hiroshima, conventional bombs had largely leveled Japan's cities, 2 million homes in Tokyo alone.
I had 3 houses burned, my father and mother's house, my house, and my wife's father and mother's house. All 3 were burned. So naturally people knew the situation.
Never in history had a nation and its people been so completely crushed. Their entire faith in the Japanese way of life, cherished as invincible for many centuries, perished in the agony of their total defeat. The extraordinary feudalism which had prevailed in this isolated land for many centuries had resulted in an almost mythological and fanatical belief in the invincibility of its arms and the superiority of its culture.
Surrender. Surrender means a total collapse of the country itself. How would it be possible to restore the country? We were so much downtrodden that maybe we did not have any vigor or any impulse to try to do something more at that stage. We simply wanted to survive.
Across the Pacific, groups of Japanese soldiers continue to resist. There's the same tension in Japan itself. But MacArthur informs his disbelieving aides that he'll fly to Japan in an unarmed plane. As he boards it, an American advance party warns him of extreme danger. Several Japanese divisions are in the vicinity of the landing site at Sugi Air Base. Kamikaze suicide pilots are reported out of control. But MacArthur won't delay. He stakes his life on the judgments he made in Japan 40 years earlier.
The year was 1904, and I was 24, when I met all the great Japanese commanders. Those grim, taciturn, aloof men of iron character and unshakable purpose. It was here that I first encountered the boldness and courage of the Nipponese soldier. His almost fanatical belief in and reverence for his emperor impressed me indelibly.
On the flight to Atsugi, Air Chief George Kenney and his aides strap on pistols. MacArthur tells them,
"Take them off. If they intend to kill us, sidearms will be useless, and nothing will impress them like a show of fearlessness. If they don't know they're licked, this will convince them."
Watching the approach to Atsugi, another MacArthur aide remembers wondering, had death, the insatiable monster of the battlefield, passed MacArthur by on 1,000 fields, only to murder him at the end? I held my breath. The whole world held its breath. Grand theatrics. But MacArthur, the Orientalist, is confident that Japan's code of discipline would now work for him.
He landed there in what Winston Churchill called the bravest single act of World War II. MacArthur's motorcade proceeded to the hotel, and both sides of the road were lined with Japanese soldiers with fixed bayonets, but their backs were turned to the motorcade. And some American officers thought this was a deliberate insult. In fact, it was a sign of humility because they could not bring themselves to face so mighty a figure who might strike them blind.
The Marines land at Yokohama without incident. The Emperor has ordered peace, and MacArthur in turn specifically warns his troops against any misconduct. But as the suffering of captive Americans is revealed, the cry is for vengeance. Thousands of men have been tortured and starved to death. The survivors, wretched skeletons, tell of being beaten with clubs. Now the prison guards dutifully bow to their victims. MacArthur again forbids acts of reprisal, though he too is emotionally torn as he meets the gaunt wreck of an old comrade. Correspondent William Dunn.
An orderly came in from the front door, came rushing in. General Wainwright just drove up. He's all excited, see? So we all got up and started for the front door. The office door behind us opened up, and out came MacArthur. He came tearing out of there past all of us. He rushed over, and in came this poor, emaciated-looking scarecrow. You've never seen anything like it.
When Wainwright surrendered the Philippines, MacArthur questioned his courage. Now, fearing he'd left his friend without even pride to lean on, he tries to make amends.
He was haggard and aged. His uniform hung in folds on his fleshless form. His eyes were sunken, and there were pits in his cheeks. His hair was snow white, and his skin like old shoe leather. He made a brave effort to smile as I took him in my arms, but when he tried to speak, his voice wouldn't come. For 3 years, he had imagined himself in disgrace for having surrendered Corregidor. He believed he would never again be given an active command. This shocked me. Why, Jim, I said, your old corps is yours when you want it. The emotion that registered on that gaunt face still haunts me.
He invites Wainwright and the British General Percival, captured at Singapore, to be his ceremonial lieutenants at Japan's formal surrender, which comes 3 weeks after the bomb. It's held aboard the U.S. battleship Missouri. Led by Foreign Minister Shigemitsu, the Japanese delegation seeks dignity in silk hats and tails. One of the officials recalls their sullen, silent journey, every minute containing ages, and the physical pain like arrows from the glaring eyes aboard the Missouri. The ranking soldier, Umezu, at first refuses to participate until the emperor pleads for an act of sacrifice. The senior admiral, Toyoda, rejects the emperor's plea. Toyoda tells his deputy, "You lost the war, you go." The deputy obeys, on condition he can later commit seppuku. The Allied officers, in the words of reporters, watch the Japanese with savage satisfaction. Stilwell of Burma bristles like a dog. Kenny, MacArthur's air chief, visibly sneers. MacArthur takes the quarterdeck with no instructions and only my conscience to guide me.
I now invite the representatives of the Emperor of Japan and the Japanese government and the Japanese Imperial General Headquarters to sign the instrument of surrender at the places indicated.
At the crucial moment, Shigemitsu hesitates. The tension increases. Realizing he doesn't know where to sign, MacArthur barks, "Show him."
The Supreme Commander for the Allied powers will now sign on behalf of all the nations at war with Japan. Will General Wainwright and General Percival step forward and accompany me while I sign?
Finally, MacArthur, well prepared for the grand moment, pulls several fountain pens from his pocket. The pens go to Wainwright and Percival, and one to West Point for posterity.
Let us pray that peace be now restored to the world, and that God will preserve it always. These proceedings are closed.
The 18-minute ritual is over, and in that instant, World War II ended.
Today the guns are silent. A great tragedy has ended. A great victory has been won. The skies no longer rain death. The seas bear only commerce. Men everywhere walk upright in the sunlight. The entire world is quietly at peace. The holy mission has been completed.
MacArthur moves into the old U.S. Embassy in Tokyo. Never before has an American general held such total power.
I established headquarters in the Daiichi building in downtown Tokyo, across from the moat surrounding the emperor's palace. The pattern of government was unique in modern annals. I, a professional soldier, had the civil responsibility and absolute control over almost 80 million people.
MacArthur's powers as proconsul in Japan were perhaps unprecedented in American military history, but surely not in all of military history. When you look back to Caesar, to Alexander, to Napoleon, in these circumstances, a conquering general becomes more than a military officer. He also becomes a political figure. And MacArthur plunged into it and, in effect, created the modern Japanese state.
The old Japan is to be dismantled gently. Soldiers are disarmed by their own officers. American GIs received the ceremonial swords they had intended to liberate. 7 tons of these are shipped to San Francisco. But the chivalry isn't extended to MacArthur's main rivals in battle. General Yamashita, who is indicted for the civilian slaughter in Manila, and General Hama, who is held responsible for the Bataan Death March. There's no firm evidence that Hama and Yamashita ordered the atrocities. Hama makes his plea in clear English.
Plea not guilty.
The trials come much later, but reveal the early tension. MacArthur has ordered the trials on charges of command responsibility. Some allies want this charge extended to the emperor. American journalists call the trials shameful and the evidence hearsay. After a plea from Hama's wife, MacArthur allows him the honor of a firing squad, but he orders Yamashita to the gallows. He says he's defending the military code of honor.
Rarely has so cruel and wanton a record been spread to public gaze. His transgressions are a blot, a stain upon civilization, and constitute a memory of shame and dishonor that can never be forgotten.
Hideki Tojo, the wartime prime minister, had attempted suicide, but forsaking the traditional dagger, had relied on a souvenir American pistol. Tojo, the chief war criminal, faces an international tribunal. Tojo's trial establishes that he, rather than the emperor, was responsible for Japan's imperial wars. Tojo had plotted the rise of militarism in the 1930s, putting an end to Japan's infant democracy. Having seized power, he ruled in the name of the figurehead emperor. The shoguns, or warlords, had ruled in this way for centuries. MacArthur now plans to do the same. Emperor Hirohito has been a mystic figure, never seen by his subjects. At his coronation, Hirohito becomes the 124th of the imperial line. MacArthur understands that only the emperor can ensure the change from the old order to the new, to MacArthur's rule. An American constitutional advisor, Justin Williams.
Washington was still not of a mind to let the emperor escape as a war criminal. Maybe even abolish the throne. That had not been settled. General MacArthur knew that this debate was going on in Washington, and he said, the emperor is so important in this society that if you decide to try him as a war criminal and relieve him of his post, I would like to have the number of soldiers in my command doubled or tripled, because there will be disorder in this country.
Admiral William Halsey, known as Bull Halsey, had vowed he would ride the Emperor's white horse through Tokyo. Failing this, he finds a likeness. But MacArthur is anxious not to offend the Emperor, whom he needs but has yet to meet. The occupation is in its second month. Who will come to whom? MacArthur's Secretary of Staff, General Frank Sackton.
Now, many of the staff advised General MacArthur, why not call the Emperor into the office, have a show of power, and that will lay to rest where the authority lay. But General MacArthur demurred. General MacArthur understood the patience of the East rather than the haste of the West. And he would say, no, let it go for a while. And sure enough, he was right.
Throughout Japan's history, the emperors have been considered divine and infallible. It is inconceivable that an emperor would humble himself, but Hirohito decides to. MacArthur's interpreter, Fabian Bowers.
On September 26th, 1945, the emperor came to the embassy. The emperor had said that he would like to come and pay his respects to MacArthur, and MacArthur very generously and magnanimously said, any way you like, to avoid as much publicity as you want to avoid, you can come to the embassy. So he went home early that day.
Every honor due a sovereign was to be his. He was nervous, and the stresses of the past months showed plainly. I offered him an American cigarette, which he took with thanks. I noticed how his hand shook, and I lighted it for him. I tried to make it as easy for him as I could, for I knew how deep and dreadful must be his agony of humiliation.
Japanese historian Toshio Nishi.
So by Mary MacArthur visiting, Emperor visiting MacArthur, show was over. Who was the boss? And also subsequently, famous photography of towering MacArthur and the midget emperor in full gear. Instead of MacArthur was open shirt, brown khaki. And the Japanese government censored it, don't publish it. 3 major newspapers was about to publish. No, desecration here. What happens? MacArthur says, of course, go ahead, publish. So picture came out. That's how he treated he treated the emperor. And the emperor knew it. The emperor was visibly shaking all over.
The picture that was shown sees General MacArthur in uniform and the emperor in morning coat. Whatever conversation they might have had at that moment, for the Japanese people, it was, of course, humiliating.
The U.S. Consul General in Japan, Alexis Johnson.
I think the Japanese saw in it the fact that MacArthur was above the emperor, if you will.
And by calling upon MacArthur, which was unprecedented, and by being photographed with him, the emperor was telling the Japanese people, you must do what this man says. And they understood, and they did.
He was an emperor by inherent birth. But at that instant, I knew I faced the first gentleman of Japan in his own right.
As he leaves, the emperor has already lost his mantle of divinity. He'll remain the revered figurehead, but no more than that. As always, a new shogun holds power. MacArthur will become almost equally loved by the Japanese for his spirit of Bushido, a warrior of wisdom. Never in history has an American in uniform held such enormous power, and General Douglas MacArthur enjoys it enormously. Under the paradoxical MacArthur, America's once bitter enemy emerges as a greater power. The Japanese and MacArthur bring out the best in each other.
Power, immense power, granted to few men since the first Caesar, falls into the hands of General Douglas MacArthur, overlord of Japan. Too much power for any ordinary man. But MacArthur is no ordinary man. He is ready for it, and he knows the pitfalls. He reflects. Because I had been given so much power, I was faced with the most difficult situation of my life. I had studied the lives of Alexander and Caesar and Napoleon, and great as these captains were, all had erred when they became leaders of occupation forces. With such hazards as I expected, could I succeed?
Summer of '45. Japan is physically and spiritually shattered. Tens of millions are homeless, destitute, diseased. Help them, MacArthur commands. The plight of one is recalled by the Emperor's interpreter, Ambassador Matsui.
I saw a young boy. I'm sure he had nothing to eat, but his condition was so bad, with diarrhea, his body covered with dirt and so on. And an American officer came patting on the boy's shoulder and said, "Come with me." And he took the boy probably to a hospital, or at least to give him some medical treatment and food. That was what we needed at that time.
MacArthur intends to instill Western-style democracy, a new word and a new idea. Historian Toshio Nishi.
And I think everybody heard democracy at least 100 times a day. But it just passed their ears like this. Food, food, food.
3 million tons of food immediately, the general demands. When Washington hesitates, he cables grimly, "Give me food or give me bullets." MacArthur the enemy becomes MacArthur the savior. MacArthur talks of his sacred duty to heal the people. Behind the walls of his Tokyo headquarters, the general is developing a master plan. He will restructure an entire society to his liking. Biographer William Manchester.
Of course, MacArthur was marvelously suited for the role of an absolute monarch. He adored it. No one to contradict him, no one to argue with him.
MacArthur surrounds himself with devoted advisors, experts who recommend but don't decide policy. His Secretary of Staff, General Frank Sackton.
It required a special person to do this job of rehabilitating a country of 70 million people that had been defeated in battle, and it was, you must remember, in total defeat. It had lost everything, including their god, the emperor, who could no longer be considered a god because the emperor had surrendered.
All culture, all ritual and custom is encompassed by Shintoism. Its center is the emperor. Shintoism glorifies the Japanese warrior race. They had never lost a war. The emperor had always brought victory. Now they realize they have marched and died for a lie.
I think the Japanese people then put their emperor on hold while they turned to General MacArthur as their new god. And this was displayed, at least to me, every day when hundreds would form in front of the Daiichi building to see the general come and go to work, and in order to pay their respects.
MacArthur's critics want the Japanese punished. Instead, he asked the GIs to be kind to their former bitter enemy. MacArthur threatens 5 years in jail for any GI who strikes a Japanese.
I was a member of the 33rd Infantry Division, and my feelings toward the Japanese and the Japanese military was not very happy or pleasant, obviously. They were the enemy. But the interesting thing is that well within a year, my attitude changed. The Japanese won me over. I became convinced the Japanese were a good people and were going to effectuate the surrender terms honestly and faithfully.
In contrast to the occupation in Germany, he encourages contact with the former enemy. He will at times woo the people, at times prod them.
A part of MacArthur enjoyed holding the whip hand over the Japanese, but a part of the Japanese enjoyed feeling the whip. It was a kind of sadomasochistic relationship on a sublime level.
MacArthur draws on his knowledge of Japan at the turn of the century. He's confident he can manipulate tradition, confident the people will obey him, the new overlord.
MacArthur, austere, remote, seemingly aloof, fitted the Japanese concept of what a leader should be.
To the lordly MacArthur, the Japanese are perfect subjects, uncritical admirers.
MacArthur had every marvelous quality, this enormous dignity, this bearing, this magnetism, and gentility. He was very well bred and was a lord of the manor, a king of the domain in every sense of the word, in his actions and the way he spoke. But he was also very vain and very sensitive. It was a sensitivity mortgaged to vanity, and that often defeated him. He couldn't bear criticism.
Japanese newspapers are allowed free political expression, but no criticism of MacArthur.
He appeared as an immense, great man of democracy. And the propaganda was done daily basis. Japanese press, Japanese teachers constantly spewed out the same language MacArthur spoke.
He legalizes trade unions and the Communist Party, horrifying conservative America. MacArthur reasons that banning the communists would make them more popular. Freedom of speech brings protests against the old order. MacArthur views this as the beginning of independent expression, democracy. But it alarms America, which fears the Japanese will go communist. MacArthur himself is denounced as a communist, while the Allies worry that he's a closet fascist on the side of the old warlords. British political analyst Keith Kyle.
And there was a feeling, perhaps, that General MacArthur, as an imperial Caesarian figure, might accommodate himself rather too readily to the hierarchy in Japan, whereas, of course, British people wanted to see the whole thing done away with. We were immensely relieved when General MacArthur's type of imperial grandeur took the form of fundamental reforms.
He seizes bank assets. All profits of the wartime combines belong to the people, he declares. He says, I intend to care for the Japanese people from the cradle to the grave. MacArthur employs many of the old militarists to supervise disarmament, saying they'll do it best. They do it unquestioningly. He breaks the power of the zaibatsu, the industrial monopolies, by selling their shares to the public. Despite his critics, he's creating not a communist, but a capitalist society. He is rebuilding Japan as a far greater power. The occupation is becoming a one-man show. In theory, Japan is governed by a four-power Allied Council, but MacArthur visits the council only once to deliver a speech.
He was really being very, very false, because there was one line in that speech which says, as we sit in deliberation as the Allied Council for Japan. Well, he had no intention of ever sitting with the Allied Council for Japan, and never did. He appointed Whitney to be his deputy. And his instructions to Whitney were, the Russians are up to no good, and the British, the Australians want to horn in on the show. Keep them in their place. Keep them in their place.
United Nations Organization.
MacArthur wants to stand alone before history as the builder of modern Japan. He personally drafts key sections of the nation's new constitution. It is a revolutionary document. Japan, alone among nations, renounces forever the right to make war.
To accomplish through this Constitution, abolish war as a sovereign right.
The U.S. Consul General in Japan, Alexis Johnson.
It was, in the eyes of, I think, most of us, and certainly of Washington in that, it was fantastically idealistic. And if it had come from some confirmed pacifist, you might be able to understand it. But coming from supposedly the hard-headed MacArthur, it was very, very difficult to understand.
He sees himself as the great reformer, yet remains aloof from everyday life. When he passes through Tokyo, all traffic respectfully halts. He has cast himself as a mystic who knows all and decides all. He writes the new Constitution.
It is with a sense of deep satisfaction that I am today able to announce a decision of the Emperor and the government of Japan to submit to the Japanese people a new and enlightened constitution, which has my full approval.
Emperor Hirohito drives to Parliament to officially approve MacArthur's document. By reading the Constitution, the Emperor demotes himself from the status of a god to a mere figurehead, but he approves every word. MacArthur's will now becomes imperial writ. When the Emperor tells them to adopt democracy, MacArthur knows they'll do it. In an astonishing timetable, free elections come just 7 months after Japan's defeat. MacArthur, a male chauvinist by repute, makes the liberation of women a top priority. He gives them suffrage, and they promptly vote out the old Japan. Moderates triumph. Only 5 communists are elected, proof MacArthur feels of his political astuteness. A housewife, hoeing her vegetables, learns she is now an elected lawmaker. A month before, she had no rights at all. MacArthur becomes Asia's first revolutionary land reformer, ahead of Mao Zedong. Japanese farmers are serfs on family estates. MacArthur calls this slavery. His political advisor, Charles Cadies.
MacArthur's point was that a peasant without land is like a man without a soul. And he felt very strongly about this. There was nothing in his directive that specifically required a land reform. It was on his own initiative.
90% of Japan's farmland changes hands. A 2-acre plot is sold for the price of a carton of cigarettes.
To tell you the truth, I was one of the victims, because I had a land in the countryside, nice property near the seashore, but it was confiscated.
And MacArthur says, you absentee landlords, you are filthy feudalists, give the land to the peasant, back to the peasants. My father says, okay. My mother says, hold a minute. This is extortion. We stole land from nobody. Why should we give to peasants? They were grateful that we let them cultivate the land. But mother's voice is a whimper in front of MacArthur. So deal is done. They lost the land. And from the wealth to poverty.
But the sum I received was exact amount of the train fee to go there and to come back to Tokyo. So what the use of going? So I didn't go. It was simply confiscated in a way. But that helped the land to be distributed equally, impartially among the farmers, and that prevented Japan from turning communist. I think this is a great achievement on the part of MacArthur.
And when he was told that the Land Reform Act had been adopted, he looked up toward the ceiling and toward a picture of his father, which hanged on the wall, and said, "How am I doing, Dad?"
With Shintoism disestablished as a state religion, MacArthur toys with the idea of imposing Christianity. Some sects try to placate him. One offers prayers to General Motors and another to United Fruit. But vain as he is, he will not lead a holy crusade.
I am not trained in ecclesiastical methods, but I did my best. No phase of the occupation has left me with a greater sense of personal satisfaction than my spiritual stewardship. Although I'm of Caesar, I did try to render unto God that which is his.
As the Japanese become more Western, MacArthur becomes more imperious. He is seen only on his daily rides between his residence and office. In contrast, the emperor becomes a public figure. He becomes more revered merely by displaying himself, a tremendous thrill for the masses who had been forbidden to gaze upon him.
Hirohito's image changed. You know, there were pictures of him in the paper fishing and with his children, and he sort of became like the King of Sweden, who rode a bicycle to show he was just folks.
His son and heir, Prince Akihito, enrolls in a private school and is told to make friends. It's difficult. American popular culture sweeps Japan. MacArthur invites Joe DiMaggio to help start a local base-baru league. Even Prince Akihito and the royal princesses are caught up in the craze. Some Japanese petition Congress to make Japan the 49th state.
You had the interface between these two civilizations that could have led to animosity, hostility, bloodshed, but due to the sensitivity with which MacArthur handled it, I think it goes down in history as one of the great historical accomplishments of all time.
After all, when you look back at the very bitter, bloody war we had with the Japanese and the hatred that were generated by that war, we emerged as best friends of the Japanese.
In Japan, he is the supreme soldier, supreme statesman, but he still aspires to greater power and now seeks to rule America itself. In 1948, he bids for the U.S. presidency from 12,000 miles away.
I think very much he wanted to be president, but as always, he wrapped himself in these veils of secrecy and glamour and untouchability, so that he never came out for it. But he once said to me something about his popularity in America. He said, "My fan letters," and I looked at him in astonishment because he had very few fan letters. I was responsible for putting his mail on his desk every morning.
MacArthur for president signs appear throughout Japan. He could become president here by acclamation. He assumes it must be the same in America, but he hasn't been home for 11 years.
No man can fail to be profoundly stirred by such a public movement. I can say, and with due humility, that it would be recreant to all my concepts of good citizenship were I to shrink because of the hazards and responsibilities involved from accepting any public duty to which I might be called by the American people.
At the Republican convention, the right wing deserts him. He's become too controversial. The hall is almost empty when his few backers nominate him. He gets only 11 votes.
The Republican nomination for president.
One of history's also-rans, Thomas Dewey, is chosen. MacArthur, America's greatest war hero, is humiliated. In Tokyo, a MacArthur aide describes the general as being as low as a rug. He is almost 70 and hints he'll retire. But he has his monument. In a mere 5 years, he has created one of the world's most stable and prosperous democracies.
I would say the greatest monument in the world to General MacArthur is Japanese democracy, which is one of the best developed democratic countries in the world, bar none. And instead of growing weaker, it is growing stronger all the time.
Using the foundations of ancient Nippon, he has built a modern state. Under MacArthur, the life expectancy of the average Japanese has increased by 10 years. His health reforms alone have saved 2 million lives, more than Japan's losses in the war.
He was a proconsul, a viceroy in the great tradition. And the Japanese nation today is, to an extraordinary degree, an accomplishment of Douglas MacArthur.
By 1949, Mao prevails in China. As Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist troops abandon the mainland, they publicly execute their communist captives. MacArthur warns repeatedly against communism. He now requests and gets a troop buildup in Asia, but he is terrified of another world war, which even he cannot win.
MacArthur made many statements in respect of his opposition to war. If there was another war, there would be little left of civilization. And he said that even though most of my life has been spent in army camps, and my first recollection is of the sound of a bugle waking me up when I was a young boy. And although I felt great elation on the battlefield because I was responsible for the lives of tens of thousands of men, I always hated it as a detestable experience.
He is 70 years old, the American ruler of Japan, when suddenly called back to war as commander of the world's first United Nations force.
At the call of the bugle, the soldier awakes and rallies to the colors. In June 1950, General Douglas MacArthur hears it once more. This time the bugle cries a telephone ring. War in Korea. He remembers that moment. I had an uncanny feeling of nightmare. It had been 9 years before, on a Sunday morning at the same hour, that a telephone call with the same note of urgency had awakened me in the penthouse atop the Manila Hotel. It was the same fell note of the war cry that was again ringing in my ears. It couldn't be, I told myself, not again. How, I asked myself, could the United States have allowed such a deplorable situation to develop?
June 25, 1950. 90,000 North Korean troops, Soviet-equipped, lunge across the 38th parallel. Washington and its ally South Korea are unprepared. The army breaks and flees. The U.S. sees the invasion as evidence of a global communist threat. For once, Washington and MacArthur agree.
The communist threat is a global one. Its successful advance in one sector threatens the destruction of every other sector. You cannot appease or otherwise surrender to communism in Asia without simultaneously undermining our efforts to halt its advance in Europe.
Korea, just a small remote peninsula divided at the 38th parallel. The two capitals, Seoul and Pyongyang, become confronting camps in the Cold War.
Korea was regarded as insignificant and beyond the defense perimeter of the United States. This had been stated by Dean Acheson, who was our Secretary of State, and also by Douglas MacArthur. It was a tragic miscalculation on the part of the communists. They believed, and with some justification, that the Americans would not contest a conquest of South Korea by North Korea.
Korea's priority in the Cold War changes in 1949 as Mao Zedong conquers all of mainland China. President Truman now fears Sino-Soviet expansionism. He approves a secret policy recommendation to resist communist encroachment anywhere. Unaware of the U.S. combat commitment, North Korea prepares to invade the South, and MacArthur, suddenly called to arms, is shot. He argues too late that Korea is not the place to take a stand.
Thus, step by step, the United States went to war against communism in Asia. I could not help being amazed at the manner in which this great decision was being made. With no submission to Congress, whose duty it is to declare war, and without even consulting the field commander involved, the members of the executive branch of the government agreed to enter the Korean War. All the risks inherent in this decision, including the possibility of Chinese and Russian involvement, applied then just as much as they applied later.
Truman wins the support of the United Nations Security Council for a UN police action. For the first time, the world body will seek to impose its law. British political analyst Keith Kyle.
The feeling in Britain when North Korea invaded South Korea was that this was the test of the United Nations. All through the war, people had spoken of how the League of Nations had lacked teeth, and that the thing above all, which the successor organization had to have, was teeth. In fact, of course, in the Security Council of the United Nations, the permanent members had a veto. And it was only because Russia was sulking in her tent, boycotting the meetings of the Security Council, that it was possible for the United Nations to act with such great speed in the case of Korea.
13 member countries promised troops, and there's no doubt who must lead them. MacArthur, lifetime defender of the Stars and Stripes, is given the blue UN flag as commander of the ill-prepared Allies. In the first week of war, the South Korean army is in mass retreat, having abandoned the capital, Seoul. The first American troops sent in are sufficient only to guard U.S. air bases. The UN war and the new U.S. doctrine of resistance already seem a lost cause. Five days after the invasion, MacArthur flies to Korea to see how he can avert defeat.
MacArthur went into South Korea when the situation was still chaotic and refugees were pouring south. And he was standing on a little hilltop just staring down at this flood of refugees, including demoralized South Korean soldiers. And it was then, he later said, that he conceived of the Incheon landing, far behind the enemy lines.
In that brief interval on that blood-soaked hill, I formulated my plans. They were desperate plans indeed, but I could see no other way unless to accept a defeat which would include not only Korea, but all of continental Asia. Completely outnumbered, I would rely upon strategic maneuver to overcome the great odds against me.
MacArthur doesn't immediately reveal his plan to save Korea. He builds towards it. At first, he requests only 20,000 men. He demands another 50,000 men, but Washington hesitates. It means withdrawing troops from Europe. The Europe First policy has enraged MacArthur ever since Pearl Harbor. Once more, he complains of having to fight with his hands tied. From the start, MacArthur and Truman differ, and it sets them on a collision course. Truman wants a limited war to prove communism can be contained. MacArthur regards war as an evil to be stamped out only through the total defeat of the aggressors. His operations chief in Korea, Major General Edwin Wright.
He always had only one thing in mind. He never conceived. He had no place in his mind for anything except winning. This is absolutely foreign to him to think of anything else. So his approach was always that. His approach was always the offense, never any defense of any kind.
The American tradition has always been that once our troops are committed to battle, the full power and means of the nation would be mobilized and dedicated to fight for victory, rather than stalemate or compromise. Not by the wildest stretch of imagination did I dream that this tradition might be broken.
MacArthur's forces, being pushed toward the sea, try conventional retreat, blowing bridges. To improve morale, MacArthur introduces a buddy system. Each American fights beside a Korean. Surprised by the increased resistance, the North Koreans pause long enough for MacArthur to form a defensive perimeter. "2,000 British soldiers arrive, the vanguard of 40,000 Commonwealth troops, to be followed by French, Turks, Dutch, and Filipinos. They land at Busan, the last port in South Korea. The North Koreans have overrun the rest of the country, except a small corner in the southeast, the Busan perimeter. If it is lost, Busan could become another Dunkirk." Marine Colonel Taplett.
It was bad. The whole perimeter was beginning to cave in, and as I said, when we landed at Busan, the first information we had was that the North Koreans are only about 25 miles from Busan, and the natives that we could see on the docks working, you could see that they were worried. They had this look of despair, fear in their eyes, and we knew that we were going to be thrown into a buzzsaw.
For the men at the front, the wider purpose of the war Be it Truman's police action or MacArthur's anti-red crusade, has ceased to matter. They're fighting now for survival. MacArthur is diverted from the real crisis to a potential one. He's ordered to Formosa to restrain Chiang Kai-shek. Chiang has offered to send 35,000 of his Chinese nationalist troops to Korea. Washington firmly declines, but worries that Chiang might still widen the war by sending his troops into China. MacArthur is told to warn Chiang that the U.S. will block any attempt to invade the mainland.
It was not his decision to go to Formosa which became controversial. It was the way the thing was handled, and he gave the impression that Chiang Kai-shek was an ally and that they were in this together, and Chiang, of course, was a very controversial figure himself.
The sudden huddle between the general and the generalissimo is viewed suspiciously around the world. Two old warlords getting together to plot World War III. Chiang issues a communique implying that MacArthur backs the invasion of China. Washington is frantic.
This was when Truman began worrying about MacArthur's good judgment and about his politics.
To my astonishment, the visit to Formosa and my meeting with Chiang Kai-shek was greeted by a furor. My habitual critics, including those within the United Nations who advocated appeasement of the Soviet Union and Red China, naturally set in with their cudgels. But I was somewhat startled to find myself attacked by certain groups within the United States itself.
MacArthur, as statesman, is a disaster in Washington's eyes. But MacArthur, the general, is still supreme. He now reveals his bold plan for winning the war, a landing at Incheon, far behind enemy lines. Incheon, a small seaport on Korea's northwest coast. Although the closest harbor to occupied Seoul, Incheon is a hazardous target, but it has tactical advantages. Admiral Arleigh Burke.
So he was quite correct in the desirability of having an amphibious attack in Incheon. And Incheon was the only place on the coast where an amphibious landing could really be made, where it was effective and where we could quickly cut the enemy's supply lines.
If you subjected the Incheon landing to a more logical analysis, you could think of all sorts of reasons why it would fail, from the hydrographic conditions to the state of our amphibious shipping to the lack of time for planning to the rather disorganized way that forces have been gathered. Many good reasons for Incheon to fail. But MacArthur's intuition told him it would succeed.
The Joint Chiefs of Staff had agreed to MacArthur planning an amphibious operation, but at that time they didn't know where it was. And when they found out it was at Incheon, there was a great deal of concern back in Washington, because right away they could see the difficulties, you know, the high tides, the mud flats, and all this sort of thing. So General Collins, the Army Chief of Staff, and Admiral Sherman, Chief of Naval Operations, came over to Tokyo to talk to MacArthur and see if this really was something that they could go along with. Because up to this time, there had not been any agreement that we could do it.
For the first time in many years, the Lord of Japan and commander of an international army is called upon to defend his planning. MacArthur's resentment of Washington has never been deeper.
I could almost hear my father's voice telling me, as he had many years ago, Doug, councils of war breed timidity and defeatism.
There were a few questions that were asked by Admiral Sherman and General Collins, and then General MacArthur took over, and for 40 minutes, without a note of any kind, he probably gave one of the finest talks that anybody ever listened to. And at the end of it, it would have been impossible for anybody not to agree with him, although while they didn't know it, it was too late to stop it even then.
September 15, 1950. MacArthur, aboard his command ship Mount McKinley, watches his fleet of 260 ships move toward Incheon. It's a nerve-wracking passage through the sea channels. Among the naval commanders, the man who got him out of the Philippines, Admiral Buckley.
Here I commanded destroyer division that time. Went up that channel in the middle of the night there without lights. A very difficult piece of navigation, a very threatening one here since I've never been in those waters, but we did it.
You knew that the day was going to come and that you were going to get into the boats and go.
I think we arrived there sometime around midnight, and we didn't boat until about 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning, so we were sitting there like sitting ducks, and it was sort of weird to come topside in the ship and look over and see the silhouette of Womido Island and the Incheon Harbor, and it was eerie from the standpoint that it was so quiet.
Within 5 hours, 40,000 men would act boldly in the hope that 100,000 others manning the thin defense lines in South Korea would not die. I alone was responsible for tomorrow, and if I failed, the dreadful results would rest on Judgment Day against my soul.
A veteran Marine commander, Brigadier General Edwin Simmons.
My chief recollection of the Incheon landing was the smoke and the drizzle and the darkness as we approached the beach. And as the waterfront and the city had been bombed and shelled almost incessantly for the last several days, there were fires, and the smoke added to the mist and the slight drizzle sort of cast a grayish green pall over the whole landing area.
The landing proves dramatic in a way no one expected. Incheon is taken in just a few hours. MacArthur's losses, 500 dead, are relatively light. His troops later trapped 50,000 North Koreans. He has staked his reputation at Incheon. Now he cannot control his relief. He throws up. But he was right.
All of his subordinates said it couldn't be done.
He intuitively knew that the Incheon landing would work and would change the course of the war.
It was absolutely brilliant.
One of the greatest military feats in history.
Is that if it failed, it would be god-awful.
Yet our Joint Chiefs of Staff, they didn't quite approve of the whole thing at the beginning here. They thought it was too bold to move. Again, you're coming right back to the genius of MacArthur. He could see those things. He knew where to put the thrust, where to make the great stroke and terminate the war. Great, no question about it.
Whenever I perform a mission and think I have done it well, I feel I can face up squarely to my dad and say, Governor, what about it?
It's 5 days before MacArthur can go ashore. He shows his customary disregard for danger and spends several hours at the front with his men, at times shot at by snipers. A photographer there, Carl Meidens.
He said during the Incheon landing that this was a great moment in history, and he was doing two things in that Incheon landing. He was winning the war in Korea up to that point, and he was creating great military history. He was aware of it every moment that he was there.
And so I saw General MacArthur stride up to the top of the hill to meet Colonel Lewis Burwell Puller, better known as Chesty Puller, who was then commanding the 1st Marine Regiment. And both of these persons were consummate actors, and they were both playing the role to the hilt. MacArthur was in full costume, the crushed hat, the sunglasses, the leather jacket, the faded but carefully pressed khaki trousers. And you know, the curious thing is that he, General MacArthur, so dominated that scene, although there were many other notables and dignitaries in the party. The only person of whom I have a definite impression, other than Colonel Fuller, is General MacArthur. He completely dominated the scene.
Through his classic move at Incheon, MacArthur frees all of South Korea in 15 days. His besieged force at Busan breaks out and joins up with the Incheon invaders. Seoul, the capital, is retaken in 9 days. MacArthur has freed and secured the South, or so it seems. He stages a victory parade in Seoul.
The operation for the re-entry of President Rhee was somewhat more complicated and somewhat more detailed than the Incheon landing, and much more carefully rehearsed. We had fought for the city and we had won it, and then 2 days later, General MacArthur did arrive, landing at Kimpo Airfield, and a procession of limousines and other vehicles had been assembled. And part of it was that we Americans were to stay out of sight. We were to provide a cordon of protection and security along the march route, but we were not to be too visible. Chiefly visible would be the cheering Koreans welcoming their president home.
MacArthur has become accustomed to the personal grandeur of restoring heads of state in the Philippines, in Japan, now in South Korea. He enters the legislative chamber with Syngman Rhee, arm in arm, recites the Lord's Prayer, then hands over the reins of the Republic to the old dictator.
President Rhee seemed deeply moved by it all. He rose and clasped my hand. "We admire you," he said, with tears flowing down his cheeks. "We love you as the savior of our race."
But it isn't over. MacArthur is determined that the North must be defeated and Korea reunited. He wants total victory. This has always been his code. It will now be his downfall.
And when the ceremony was over, the people of Seoul lined the streets and clapped and waved their little paper flags. I returned to Tokyo.
General Douglas MacArthur, hero of the Pacific, overlord of Japan, is at the height of his fame. He appears to have won the Korean War. President Harry S. Truman, free world leader, breaker of the Berlin blockade. His nickname is Give 'em Hell Harry. They meet for the first and last time. Both feel confident, secure. Suddenly, the Chinese invade Korea. A bitter feud develops between the general and the president. Truman decides MacArthur must go. He says, "The son of a bitch isn't going to resign on me. I want him fired."
General MacArthur, now winning the war in Korea, is summoned to meet the man who will soon be his downfall. He recalls the meeting. As I shook hands with Mr. Truman, he remarked, "I've been a long time meeting you, General." I replied, "I hope it won't be so long next time." but there was never to be a next time.
October 1950. They meet on Wake Island, a dot in the mid-Pacific. MacArthur greets his commander-in-chief with a handshake, man to man. MacArthur's assured arrogance usually intimidates everyone, but Truman is not overwhelmed. Truman biographer Robert Donovan.
MacArthur was rather a lordly man. Truman was a very earthy and basically rather humble man. So he had sort of a personal dislike for MacArthur's style, let us say. But I think he always trusted MacArthur as a military commander.
After MacArthur's brilliant landing at Incheon and the advance of his main force from Busan, he has regained the capital, Seoul, and swept his enemy out of South Korea. The United Nations Army has crossed the 38th parallel, closing in on North Korea's capital, Pyongyang. But MacArthur's orders are to stop at the Yalu River, the border with China. Like the earlier communist crossing of the parallel, the UN crossing has escalated the Cold War. For the first time, communist territory has been invaded, without regard to China's reaction. Crossing the parallel is not MacArthur's decision, but he will have to bear the responsibility. Biographer William Manchester.
Most people believe that he voluntarily, on his own initiative, crossed the 38th parallel and invaded North Korea. That is totally untrue. He was the United Nations commander, and the United Nations General Assembly instructed MacArthur to invade North Korea and to unify all of Korea up to the Yalu River.
The UN imposed just two limitations on MacArthur: no aircraft over Chinese airspace, and only South Korean troops to be used near the China border. To the Chinese, it seems that the entire UN army is advancing on the Yalu, but at the Wake Island meeting, all seems well. Washington tells MacArthur to proceed and let action determine the matter.
When Harry Truman met MacArthur at Wake Island after Incheon, Truman asked MacArthur if the Chinese would come into the war. Well, MacArthur always had an opinion on everything, even when he wasn't qualified to have one, and so he said he didn't think they'd come in. And thereafter, Truman always said that it was MacArthur who had deceived him by saying the Chinese wouldn't come into the war.
Now Truman basks in the glory of his victorious commander. He pins a Distinguished Service Cross on the general. 6 months later, he will regret not having fired him. An elated MacArthur returns to Tokyo, for once showing his excitement in public. He assumes he has a free hand. The way is clear. He can proceed with Truman's blessing. For the UN commander and his troops, the war is going well. As MacArthur's forces push deeper into North Korea, he savors the easy victories. He visits the front once again, taking personal charge of a risky parachute landing that brings the fall of the North Korean capital. Buoyed by success, the Allies worry even less about Chinese retaliation. The UN forces boldly advance to the northernmost part of Korea. But the conditions they face are changing rapidly. Marine Commander Colonel Robert Taplett.
Fighting in the reservoir in North Korea was so much different from fighting down on the southern perimeter and in the area around Incheon, Seoul. primarily because it was wintertime and the terrain itself is much more rugged. It was easy to ambush troops. It was easy to set up roadblocks.
MacArthur, nearing China's border, has orders to use only South Korean troops. But thirsting for early victory, he orders American troops to advance. China issues warnings, which go unheeded. The British UN delegate, Lord Gladwin.
We were told, of course, by Sardar Panikar, the Indian ambassador in Peking, that after a time, of course, when we got beyond the parallel, that the Chinese would be likely to come into war if the forces, American forces, went much further. And people didn't take enough notice of that warning, which he'd received, I think, from Zhou Enlai himself. And I don't think even my government really attached enough importance to that. Otherwise, they might have made more fuss about going further north towards the Yalu River than they did.
October 26, the first Chinese troops cross the Yalu River. Another 500,000 are massed along the border. MacArthur continues his advance despite contact with the Chinese. Marine Commander General Edwin Simmons.
We were acting as though we were pursuing a defeated enemy. And while the North Korean army was defeated and fragmented, this was certainly not the case of the Chinese army. And MacArthur and his headquarters in Tokyo were very slow in admitting that the Chinese had entered the war. MacArthur had made the statement that it was now too late for the Chinese to intervene effectively in the war. We were taking prisoners, Chinese prisoners, and yet at the Singfi headquarters in Tokyo, they were denying that these were bona fide Chinese prisoners. They said, no, they're Chinese nationals serving in the North Korean army. Well, we knew this wasn't the case because we knew the uniforms, we knew the identification papers we were taking off the prisoners. And we would hear this through shortwave radio in the evening, and it caused us a rather cynical view of General MacArthur's headlong plunge towards the Yalu.
As more Chinese cross the Yalu, engaging in large-scale battle, MacArthur finally realizes what he is up against. He makes a fateful decision to bomb the Yalu bridges. He tells Washington,
"Up to now, I had avoided doing so because of the danger of accidentally missing the targets and dropping bombs in Manchuria, which had been forbidden. An immediate dispatch came from Secretary of Defense Marshall, countermanding my order and directing me to postpone all bombing of targets within 5 miles of the Manchurian border. It would be impossible to exaggerate my astonishment, and I at once protested.
Washington gives in, permitting MacArthur to bomb the bridges, but only on the Korean side. MacArthur again protests.
One of these bomber pilots, wounded unto death, the stump of an arm dangling by his side, gasped at me. Through the bubbles of blood, he spat out, "General, which side are Washington and the United Nations on?" It seared my very soul.
Frustrated, he writes his resignation, then tears it up. But his losing battle with Washington has begun. Mysteriously, the Chinese disappear. MacArthur takes the incredible risk of flying along the river in his unarmed plane. For 2 weeks, the Yalu River is quiet. MacArthur's troops celebrate Thanksgiving with a false sense of security. The UN force of 100,000 men is ready for a final offensive to control the Yalu and end the war. day after Thanksgiving, the Chinese spring their gigantic trap. 300,000 of them swoop down from the mountains, attacking along a 300-mile front. MacArthur tries to continue his assault, but he finally radios Washington, "We face an entirely new war." MacArthur has blundered. British political analyst Keith Kyle.
He was absolutely and supremely confident. And it was because he did not take the proper precautions as a general that he got defeated. The fault was entirely his. And because he was such a great general, he was greatly blamed when he failed.
The rollback in North Korea was the worst defeat the United States had ever suffered in its military history up to that time. And there was a great danger that we might get involved with a war in China. And China had a mutual defense assistance pact with the Soviet Union that raised the threat of the Soviet Union coming in on the side of China. So that was a very serious moment in American history indeed.
In Washington, Truman compounds the uncertainties. He proclaims that communist aggression must be thrown back, yet he rejects MacArthur's requests to bomb China. Truman hints at a truce, yet tells the press he may use all America's power to contain the Chinese. The British Prime Minister, Clement Attlee, rushes to Washington. Suddenly, the UN police action in Korea threatens to become a real world war. They've all miscalculated.
Is to align our policies
Both UN and American resolve is crumbling. Surrounded by the Chinese and in danger of being overwhelmed, MacArthur has no choice. He must retreat back into South Korea. Marine Commander Colonel Wesley Noren.
There were monumental adversities of terrain, weather, and an organized, resolute enemy, particularly in the winter, when temperatures fell to possibly 20 below zero and stayed there. Troops had to carry on their backs what they needed to survive, sometimes for days on end. How do you resupply these troops on the top of an icy hill when they're being attacked? What do you do with wounded when they'll freeze to death if they lie there for more than a few minutes? These problems were met, and they were met by this unusual and common heroism that characterized the operations, particularly in the winter.
And I guess the worst part of fighting up there was that we were not too well equipped with cold weather gear. And although we had casualties from the tremendous number of Chinese we ran into, we suffered a tremendous amount of weather casualties that should have been unnecessary if we'd been properly equipped. We had Chinese prisoners that would come in walking on a stump instead of their ankle or foot. There'd just be a stump left, and bloody, blue, full of ice. So they suffered probably much more than we did.
MacArthur, proud of his low casualty record, is now forced to take heavy losses. Though he's under heavy duress, blamed for the diplomatic and military disaster, he still manages to organize a masterful retreat. His two armies fight their way to the seaports. After naval evacuation, the port installations are blown up. December 1950. MacArthur gets a new field commander, General Matthew B. Ridgway. Ridgway has made it known that he obeys political orders. Like MacArthur, he is flamboyant, aggressive. In action, he always wears 2 hand grenades.
The main factor in enabling us to move north after operations there in the winter of 1950, I think, was the massive spirit that was imbued in the whole 8th Army by General Ridgway.
General Ridgway, in my mind, accomplished one of the truly great military feats of all time in turning an army which was demoralized and in retreat, turning it around and making a stand. And he did so in spite of, I would say, of MacArthur and MacArthur's attitude at that time.
MacArthur continues to wage diplomatic war with the White House. At Christmas, when the Chinese launch a major offensive, the Joint Chiefs ask for his recommendations. He replies,
"We could firstly blockade the coast of China. Secondly, destroy, through naval gunfire and aerial bombardment, Chinese industrial capacity to wage war. Thirdly, secure reinforcements of the nationalist garrison on Formosa to strengthen our position in Korea if we decide to continue the fight for that peninsula. And finally, release existing restrictions upon the Formosan garrison for diversionary action possibly leading to counter-invasion against vulnerable areas of the Chinese mainland."
Truman is shocked. Bombing and invading China could lead to World War III. The president leaks a report suggesting that MacArthur has deceived him. MacArthur is now made to look wholly responsible for all the Allied misfortune.
"I am the victim of one of the most scandalous propaganda efforts to pervert the truth in modern times. Any impression that as United Nations commander, I am more than an agent to implement policies determined upon at a much higher level is fantastic."
MacArthur's situation was an impossible one. He could not mount a major attack. He had to remain on the defensive. Those were his instructions. And he was confronted with a situation in which UN soldiers were dying every day and no end in sight. And so MacArthur had to protest.
I think that Marine Corps respect for MacArthur began to grow at about this point and through the spring of 1951 as MacArthur argued for a winning of the war. This was something that Marines could understand. What the Marines could not understand was fighting a war in which there was no intention of winning. In fact, you can say that there's perhaps something immoral about asking people to fight and possibly die in a war in which there's no national intent to win.
The Army brass descend on Korea to investigate. They conclude MacArthur has been exaggerating the difficulties. No more troops are needed. Washington ceases to listen to MacArthur. On March 20th, Truman drafts a truce proposal. MacArthur reads a copy. On his own, he announces that he is ready to confer with the Chinese, but he laces his statement with taunts and warnings. This sabotages Truman's proposal.
That was a statement just drenched with diplomatic significance, not the field of MacArthur, and it threw the whole United States, United Nations effort to get a truce off the track. While the president was simmering over this one, MacArthur wrote his famous letter to Joe Martin.
Congressman Joe Martin has declared that if Truman is not out to win in Korea, he should be indicted for the murder of American boys. MacArthur writes a letter seemingly endorsing this statement. MacArthur has gone too far. The president summons his chief advisors, and they all agree that MacArthur must go. The general is to be informed by a special envoy the next day. but there is concern MacArthur might beat them to the punch.
MacArthur might already learn what was afoot, and therefore, as they feared, as any White House staff would fear, MacArthur would come in and say, I am resigning my command.
Truman said, he's not going to be allowed to resign. I'm going to fire the son of a bitch.
Truman decides he must act immediately and calls a midnight press conference.
A number of events have made it evident that General MacArthur did not agree with that policy. I have therefore considered it essential to relieve General MacArthur so that there would be no doubt or confusion as to the real purpose and aim of our policy.
The Truman broadcast is heard in Tokyo. The MacArthurs are told the news by family friends. Kira Huff.
The fact that he got the news over the radio, I always felt was almost unforgivable. It shouldn't have happened that way. And he didn't get it officially first.
MacArthur receives his official dismissal a day later. He seems unprepared for what he calls public humiliation after 52 years in the Army. He later reflects,
without a hearing, without an opportunity for defense, with no consideration for the past. No office boy, no charwoman, no servant of any sort would have been dismissed with such callous disregard for the ordinary decencies.
For the last time, MacArthur goes to the headquarters where he has ruled Japan for 6 years. Our people, says Japan's Prime Minister, look upon the general with the profoundest veneration.
I'll never forget the morning we left. That route was lined with Japanese people. Many of them weeping, not cheering, but crying and carrying little signs, "We love you, General MacArthur," and things like that that, you know, made you feel, tore your heart out, really.
At Tokyo Airport, UN forces provide the honor guard, though actually the Allies are gloating. The French praise Truman for acting on behalf of the world's people. At the 38th parallel, British officers celebrate, though not for long. 60% of Korea's UN casualties come in the 2 years after MacArthur's recall. America's hysteria will soon envelop him. But for the moment, the battle passions of half a century are spent. He hasn't seen his country for 14 years. Now he has but one thought.
Jeannie, we're going home at last.
After 14 long years, General MacArthur comes home. Preceded by Mrs. MacArthur and followed by 13-year-old son Arthur, the hero of the Pacific debarks at San Francisco to deafening cheers.
He tells his son Arthur, "Well, my boy, we're home," and Arthur is awed. He has never seen America. The Americans haven't seen the mighty MacArthur in person in a generation. A family friend, Kira Huff.
The tremendous welcome he received, and he just couldn't understand it. He said to Admiral Radford, "Do you think they're sorry for me?"
They love, they need the legend. They're furious at the president who sullied it. Journalists who covered his battles recall his homecoming.
Mostly Truman was burned in effigy. He was denounced. Longshoremen walked off their jobs in New York.
Well, I was in an officers' club in Munich, and the officers in there reacted as though they wanted to form a posse and go to Washington and lynch Truman. It was probably the most unpopular thing anybody ever did.
The New York Journal-American, a Hearst paper, suggested that Truman had been injected by a, quote, neural anodyne, unquote, by a State Department agent. That gives you some idea of what went on in the wake of this firing. One Southern senator said that he didn't know what was going on in other parts of the country, but his region was in near hysteria.
The political passion is unmatched since the Civil War. In Washington, the Joint Chiefs who agreed to fire MacArthur now offer a placatory welcome. Elsewhere, flags are at half-mast. A logger tries to drown his mate, and a married couple end up in jail after arguments over who's right, the president or MacArthur. A Gallup poll favors MacArthur 70%. The usually buoyant Truman is grim. He's booed in public. He knows that despite their past show of amity, the general intends to duel, knows he covets the presidency. Now MacArthur is to receive a rare honor, addressing a joint session of Congress. Truman connives to get an advance text and calls it 100% bullshit. Now, with television, the whole nation is exposed to MacArthur's oratory. He is 71, but radiates strength.
The world has turned over many times since I took the oath on the plain at West Point, and the hopes and dreams have long since vanished. But I still remember the refrain of one of the most popular barrack ballads of that day, which proclaimed most proudly that old soldiers never die. They just fade away. And like the old soldier of that ballad, I now close my military career and just fade away. An old soldier who tried to do his duty as God gave him the light to see that duty. Goodbye.
Like the old soldier on the ballad, I am just going to fade away. Goodbye. And I could hear shouts on the floor, no, 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 no.
Congressman Dewey Short of Missouri said, "We have heard the voice of God today, God in the flesh."
And Joe Martin said later that when MacArthur had finished, there wasn't a dry eye on the Democratic side of the House, nor a dry seat on the Republican side. I couldn't put it better.
It's MacArthur Day in New York. The big town makes it a five-star welcome for the five-star hero of the Pacific. The world's greatest city says, welcome home, with the greatest demonstration in its history. Mrs. MacArthur and young Arthur share with him the cheers of the multitude. The veritable blizzard of paper is a full measure of New York's enthusiasm.
His motorcade through Manhattan takes 7 hours. Millions of New Yorkers roar themselves into near exhaustion, screaming, "Give 'em hell and don't take it, Mac." Tin Pan Alley grinds out 5 new versions of an old ballad.
Old soldiers never die, never die, never die. Old soldiers never die. They just fade away.
But not MacArthur. He has a duel to finish, a political crusade to begin. His dismissal has forced a Senate hearing. Trying to strike back, he testifies for 3 days without even a lunch break. He tells the senators,
no more subordinate soldier has ever worn the American uniform. I would repudiate any concept that I wouldn't carry out any order that was given me. any insinuation by anyone, however high his office, that I have ever in any way failed to the level of my ability to carry out my instructions is completely unworthy and unwarranted.
The general hammers at the immorality of soldiers dying in Korea unless total victory is sought. He urges going into North Korea. Truman witnesses spend 7 weeks rebutting him, but the hearings are a standoff. The war is shown to be a muddle, while MacArthur's ideas seem dated and dangerous, especially to the Allies. Political analyst Keith Kyle.
And so there was immense relief, really, when President Truman used his power of dismissing MacArthur, because quite frankly, I think most British people had thought it was impossible that an American president would have had any longer any power to touch the man.
A U.S. diplomat on MacArthur's Far East staff, Alexis Johnson.
I don't think that he gave the president any choice to do other than what he did. He directly challenged him publicly and privately and in every other way, and directly showed his disdain for the president as the president.
Privately, Truman calls him a coward who ran away from Corregidor. That's unjust. MacArthur duels more generously, saying,
"The little bastard had guts to fire me, and I like him. Judging from the way he handled me, he'd make a pretty good fullback."
His old Filipino friend, Carlos Romulo, tries to reason with him, saying, "You were the man on the spot. You knew what should have been done." MacArthur nods in agreement. "You would have won the war." A vigorous nod, but Romulo tells him, "You were wrong to defy the president." MacArthur just stares. He does not wish to hear logic. He's hearing the summons of the people. Throughout 1951, he crisscrosses America, denouncing communism, appeasement in Korea, and Truman. The frustrations of Korea draw the public to him at first.
The inertia that exists. There is no policy. There is nothing, I tell you. No plan or anything. Your cumulative losses are going to be staggering. It isn't just dust that's settling in Korea. It's American blood. The people have it in their power to stamp out communist influence, which has played so ill-famed a part in the past direction of our public administration. Our country will then reassume that spiritual and moral leadership recently lost in a quagmire of political ineptitude.
His crusading speeches become ever shriller.
Policies are leading towards a communist state with as dreadful certainty as though the leaders of the Kremlin were charting the course.
MacArthur believes the people totally share his views.
MacArthur, MacArthur, we want you for president. You'll solve the housing problem, you won't tax every cent. MacArthur for president.
Truman, tired, vilified, announces he will not seek re-election. But now another rival emerges, Dwight D. Eisenhower, MacArthur's one-time aide. The Republican Convention, Chicago, July '52. Though not an official candidate, MacArthur has a deal with Eisenhower's main challenger, Robert Taft. If Taft wins on the first ballot, he'll name MacArthur as his running mate. If he loses, he'll support MacArthur's nomination. MacArthur's White House hopes depend on the speech he's now to give.
And I was at that convention that night that MacArthur delivered the keynote in an aura of expectation that he might try to stampede that convention with his great oratory, such as he delivered in Congress, and wind up with a nomination.
For once, he has shed his uniform. He looks presidential, but he gives the worst speech of his career, banal, wretchedly delivered. The delegates become restless, chatting, not listening. Eisenhower is acclaimed, and a general becomes president.
They had a feeling that Eisenhower was a democratic, I'm putting it in the small terms, a democratic man, whereas MacArthur had a very regal way about him and a very military way.
Soon after MacArthur visits his former aide, he hands him a long memo on foreign policy, telling him,
"This is the last time I shall call you Ike and speak to you on equal terms. Hereafter, you will be Mr. President. So now I say that you have the opportunity to be perhaps the greatest man since Jesus Christ, as only you can dictate the peace of the world. I beg of you to take the initiative with bold action."
Ike tucks the memo into his breast pocket and merely says, "God bless you." MacArthur is never invited to the Eisenhower White House. The old general has become an unwelcome reminder of the simpler, pre-atomic past when great warriors mattered. A year later, with the Korean War over, he tells newsmen how he would have ended it all.
Of all the campaigns of my life, 20 major ones to be exact, the one I felt most sure of was the one I was deprived of waging. I could have won the war in Korea in a maximum of 10 days with considerably fewer casualties than were suffered during the so-called truce period, and it would have altered the course of history. Between 30 and 50 atomic bombs would have more than done the job. Dropped under cover of darkness, they would have destroyed the enemy's air force on the ground and wiped out his maintenance and his airmen.
MacArthur is no elder statesman. The public, ever fickle, now ceases to listen to him. He spends his last decade politically in the cold. The MacArthurs live in a penthouse suite at New York's Waldorf Astoria, where 30 years before, he'd been ordered off the dance floor for wearing his spurs. The Waldorf is not his dream house, nor the White House with rural picket fence that Jean quietly longs for. But she remains always his loyal soldier. Arthur visits West Point, his father's Mecca, and tries on a cadet's hat. It doesn't fit. It never will. He'll become a professional musician and change his name so as to be his own man. MacArthur, the hero, is not forgotten. Though he publicly changes his mind, renouncing atomic weapons, he has lost too much credibility. He remains a legend, as Carlos Romulo reminds a still bitter Harry Truman.
After President Truman retired, he invited me to his library in Independence, Missouri. So I went, and he took me around his library until we saw on the table, one of the tables, a magazine with MacArthur's picture on the cover. So with a gleam in his eye, President Truman said to me, "There is God himself." And I said, "Mr. President, at least in the Philippines, we think so."
This year, I returned to the scene of some of our greatest days, the Philippines. And never will I forget when that great jet airplane rolled to a stop, and they stretched out before me a red carpet, at the foot of which was the most beautiful Filipino girl I ever saw. And I never felt younger than when she put a garland of flowers around my neck and kissed my cheek and said, "Welcome, General, welcome to the Philippines." And then suddenly all the years of Methuselah settled on my shoulders when she added, "Have you ever been here before?"
But 2 million others in Manila remember and gather round him. He is the embodiment of Filipino history.
My life has been interwoven with yours for nearly 60 years. Even as I hail you, I must say farewell. I must admit with a sense of sadness that the deepening shadows of my life cast doubt upon my ability to pledge again. I shall return.
His 80th birthday, 1960. The new president, John F. Kennedy, admires MacArthur.
When President Kennedy invited him to the White House to honor him, MacArthur looked around and said, "I should have lived in this house."
The old soldier now believes that wars of intervention have become too dangerous. MacArthur always abhorred war, but when forced to wage it, he saw it mystically. Good had to triumph over evil, totally. But he knew at the end that his romanticized world was no more. The weapons for good had themselves become another evil.
The soldier, above all other people, prays for peace, for he must suffer and bear the deepest wounds and scars of war. But always in our ears ring the ominous words of Plato, that wisest of all philosophers. Only the dead have seen the end of war.
The man was a riddle and an enigma. And I did not wind up liking him, but I did wind up admiring him, and I concluded that he was the greatest general this country has produced.
1964. MacArthur enters Walter Reed Army Hospital in Washington, age 84, still wearing his varsity A, won at West Point. He sinks rapidly and dies April 3rd. Always he had the gift or the curse of being the storm center, his very name evoking extremes of passion. So it would be in death.
I think he was a tremendously great, if not the greatest American.
He sensed himself as important.
MacArthur was a man who was completely self-confident. He was born that way.
Here lies the greatest actor of all time.
I think underneath it all, he was perhaps a shy man.
I think he was a very gentle man.
He was not a public man. He was very serious, and yet he had a sense of humor, would laugh heartily over some of the movies that we'd see.
He just came across real strong and warm to the people that had a lot of sons that were killed, and they felt that he was the man that saved America.
There's no myth about what he did. Now, there's a lot of objection to his style, to the hat with the braid on it, to the title of Field Marshal. This is not typical American stuff, but this guy was no typical American.
Napoleon, despite Waterloo, is thought of as a great general, and I think MacArthur will be and deserves to be.
I loved him. I revered him.
You know, I think I love this man.
We all long for glamour, and he was glamorous, and we all long for yesterday, and he was yesterday.
His life, his memories, his beliefs had flowed from him in his last speech a few months before at West Point.
The shadows are lengthening for me. The twilight is here. My days of old have vanished. Tone and tint, they have gone glimmering through the dreams of things that were. Their memory is one of wondrous beauty, watered by tears and coaxed and caressed by the smiles of yesterday. I listen vainly, but with thirsty ear, for the witching melody of faint bugles blowing reveille. Of far drums beating the long road. In my dreams, I hear again the crash of guns, the rattle of musketry, the strange, mournful mutter of the battlefield. But in the evening of my memory, always I come back to West Point. Always there echoes and re-echoes duty, honor, country. Today marks my final roll call with you. I bid you farewell.